excited for what we think is a very good value play right now in both these assets. And people often ask me like what attributed to this pullback in these assets. And I think it actually very much has to do with both the AI story and with geopolitical tensions. We saw one of the biggest growths in productivity in equities that we've seen ever in the last couple months with the last earnings cycle. And we saw interest rates spike. And, you're talking about two assets here that don't have the ability to have a productivity jump and don't pay interest rates. So we're quite bullish on both of these assets going forward.
Yeah. So the the macro side of things, like obviously gold went on an incredible run. We saw silver obviously just go parabolic.
Yeah.
We have a new Fed chair coming in now. What's your take overall? We were actually watching yesterday and some this morning. I finally had to turn it off because you know how that when they put Warsh there in front of the House and the Senate, it's they get 5 minutes each and they spend 4.5 minutes just making political statements and pandering and all that, and then they ask some kind of maybe halfway question that he gets to respond to. What are your thoughts so far on Kevin Warsh as he's come in and taken over the Fed? And how do you think it's going to affect, and what should people be like looking for if they are looking at gold, if they are looking at Bitcoin, the anti-inflationary type of trade, the money printer trade, I guess, if you want to call it that, which has cooled off the last few months after it went on an incredible run. I'm just curious, kind of your first takes around those pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I think Warsh is definitely a very capable person for this job, so I'm excited to see what he does. I actually very much believe in the story that Darius Dale has been pushing out to the market, that Warsh is a dove in hawk's clothing, right? I think he's stepping in here and wants to appear as the responsible adult, and even in his comments yesterday said he might look past recent inflation numbers that looked a little bit soft and still increase interest rates. I think he's trying to show he's a responsible individual and that the Fed will have independence from the rest of the political sphere. But ultimately, there's just only one way this goes, is that we're just going to keep printing our way and hopefully growing our way out of this debt. And so ultimately, long run, I think it's very bullish for both Bitcoin and gold and other scarcity assets, silver, real estate, etc. But that might come with a rate hike or two in the short term, just to show that he is a responsible adult in this room. But I just don't know if he has much leeway to do much else than really play by the same playbook that every other Fed chairman has played by in recent history, especially if we see any sort of pullback in markets. There's just only one playbook that they can use, and I think all of that will be very bullish for scarcity assets. I'll say that I think it's very healthy that the average MNAV, which MNAV is the value of these crypto treasury companies' holdings to their overall market cap, is now below 1. I was definitely worried about some of the extended MNAVs we saw in that space for a long period of time. And if you saw everything that happened in the preferred space in MicroStrategy and SEDA, obviously I think the hedge fund world was really attacking some of these DATs and specifically attacking the lack of cash on Michael Saylor's balance sheet. But that's kind of a thing of the past. While MicroStrategy is still trading at a premium to their MNAV a little bit, the entire category is trading at a discount. And I think that's a much more healthy market for Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies.
Yeah, on the Warsh stuff, I like that he's a younger guy coming in. I do think his pedigree is incredible as far as his background, or his education, his experience. So I think all those things are great. And I really actually liked, now he did mention something about like 17 task force. That was kind of confusing to me, but the hey, we're going to use way more data, we're going to get better data metrics, all of those things sound good. Like to me, like that, all of that sounds like a vast improvement over what the Fed's been doing, and hopefully it improves the process. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited for him to see how it goes. I don't think the money printing thing is going to slow down. It just doesn't seem like that's ever going to stop. This 2% inflation kind of arbitrary target, I just don't think we're ever going to get there. And it's just by the action, even with somebody new coming in, just by the actions we've seen, both from the government side and then the Fed side of things, it seems like your anti-inflationary assets, your gold, maybe your Bitcoin, whatever, those things are just going to continue to be a trade. They just have to, they make a big move up, then they consolidate for a while. And that seems to be kind of where we're at right now. I don't know. What's your take around that, David?
No, I agree. And he's even alluded to eventually moving away from the 2% target, but hopefully hitting that 2% target just to show our credibility. And I think the market will determine whether he's able to do that or not, even if he has desires to do so. What we do here at Quantify Funds with our stack lineup, both in its pure form and in the income stack lineup, is target this 100% exposure to both assets, so you can kind of replace these one for one with underlying assets. But what really unique is that we're very active in how we harvest volatility on each one of these underlying assets. And most importantly, right now, when we choose not to harvest a lot of volatility, I think actually the biggest head scratcher in Bitcoin, in my perspective right now, is the fact that we've had this 50% drawdown and volatility is at an all-time low, right? We're at an all-time low in volatility since the almost the inception of Bitcoin, definitely since the inception of IBIT. And that's why we're so excited what we're doing here on this income stacked offering, because we're actually harvesting as little volatility as we ever have on the Bitcoin leg of this portfolio. And in some instances with our long beta actually being long volatility. So we can both keep that 100% target rate, but also maybe benefit if there is a little bit of a spike of volatility. And, I think that's a leeway that some of our competitors in the derivative income space that have some focus on cryptocurrency aren't allowed to do by mandate.
On the Bitcoin side of things, and I do want to get into kind of the ETF that you guys have constructed over there. Once again, David from Quantify Funds hanging out with us, sharing some great information, some great thoughts around different pieces of the market here. Bitcoin, when I look at the chart, to me, it doesn't look good until recently. This kind of like, okay, golden retrace, your 618 Fibonacci, people are looking at that. You look left on the chart, huge consolidation that is kind of bouncing off of over here. So there's a couple like recent arguments you can make that start to make this look better. But up until the last couple weeks, it just hasn't looked good. It just hasn't looked good, just like it's been in a reset. It did make an incredible run, but just a little bit of a reset. What do you think is going on in Bitcoin? Because you mentioned the volatility is super low. A couple things. I don't like the chart, and I really don't like that you have, because of this AI kind of revolution, the shiny object. I feel like the shiny object of Bitcoin, those speculators moved and they looked at the memory stocks and all the energy stocks and everything around the AI build out, and they kind of put Bitcoin to the side. Bitcoin still has other things going for it, right? I mean, there's still somewhat of an adoption curve there. There's still the anti-inflationary side of things. Do you think that maybe as the AI trade kind of levels off and cools off a little bit, that people will start to flow back into Bitcoin a little bit more? Do you think maybe that's part of this, story that we're dealing with?
I think that will definitely help, but I don't think that's necessary for Bitcoin to gain some legs, at least in the short run here. I do think we moved a lot of the speculators from the market. Even a lot of companies that were mining Bitcoin are now moved over to the AI space. And so it feels like a lot of the people who were trading on momentum have walked past it and kind of left it by the wayside. But I think that's actually a very good setup to build a base and a bottom to really grow from here. I think, you have to ask yourself, what do other central banks around the world want to consider as assets that they want to hold their balance sheet in? What do institutions want to hold their balance sheets in? I think, the treasury yields are pretty much at or near all-time highs as they've been in the last like 10 or 15 years, especially on like the 10 and 30 year. And, I think fewer and fewer people feel comfortable holding duration as a safety asset. And so, AI is the biggest productivity growth we've seen probably in mankind, and it is the driving force of earnings growth we'll see going forward. But what is the other side of your portfolio outside of just your equity growth productivity assets? I'm a believer in always having some level of diversification. It does seem like if we ever actually do get an end of a war, it might be a pretty good top to oil for years to come, right? What else are you diversifying in your portfolio, unless you are truly just a short-term momentum trader and always trying to find the newest, hottest segment? But you see an ETF like DRAM launched, has $26 billion in it.
It's insane.
Insane. I saw you guys had interviewed Dan Niles. I'm a big believer,
Mhm.
a big believer in some of the research he produces. The memory names are definitely going to have a good run for years to come, but it does feel in the short term a little bit overheated. And I prefer to play in spaces that are not the hottest asset class that's being discussed in the market right now. And I think we could sneeze in a week or two, and the technicals on something like Bitcoin could totally change. You alluded to a pretty strong 2 week period here by Bitcoin, minus some war issues earlier this week and Thursday last week. Bitcoin actually had a really, really strong 2 week period. And so who knows how long the geopolitical tensions arise, how long the strait is in conflict. But if you remove the 2 market days in the last 2 weeks that really had pullbacks due to geopolitical tensions, Bitcoin really has had a really nice leg up versus growth assets, versus the Qs, versus semiconductors over the last 2 weeks. So I think it's only a matter of time. You're going to blink, and those technicals will look much stronger on this asset. Obviously, if you're a momentum trader, wait for those signals to change. But I think it's very constructive how Bitcoin has performed against growth assets in the last couple of weeks, and I see no reason for that to flip. I think those that wanted to trim or sell some of their cryptocurrency or Bitcoin allocations have done so. You're seeing, everyone from the big banks to big asset managers start trading things, tokenizing assets, and using using Ethereum for things on that side. And I think the sentiment can only really move in one direction in my mind.
Yeah, you mentioned some interesting pieces there, and I think this is like what we're seeing in the broader markets. If you're any type of institutional investor or somewhat active portfolio manager, and you have anything related to SMH in your portfolio, whether it's ARM, whether it's AMD, whether it's sorry, my kids are home from school for the summer. But if you have any of those things, any of those high flying names, Micron, if you've had those in your portfolio, they went up, crazy amounts of percentage, and you probably got very, very overweight in your portfolio with those. And you mentioned some portfolio construction there, and I think that's what we're seeing across the broad market right now. You're seeing money flowing out of the SMH. You're seeing it go into other things that have underperformed for a while. You're seeing the equal weight of the S&P itself has been making new all-time highs. You're seeing the Dow perform very well. You're seeing banks are making new all-time highs. The XLF is making all-time highs. So you're seeing those money rotate out there. And then you were mentioning gold, Bitcoin, having some a portion of your portfolio that's just not tied to this super high beta tech. How important do you think that is? What do you guys, maybe, I know it's not financial advice or anything, but when you're constructing a portfolio, what are your thoughts around, hey, I need to kind of rebalance and keep this basket? Everyone's different, of course, but whether it's 10%, 15% weighting or something, to have a well-balanced portfolio into some places like gold and Bitcoin and other areas that aren't just NASDAQ names.
Yeah, I think anywhere between a 5 and 20% allocation, what I like to call scarcity assets, whether that's, and it's not just Bitcoin and gold, it could be real estate. I do think gold is a better barometer there than silver, because silver is more tied to GDP growth in the AI cycle. But anywhere in a 5 to 20% allocation, then you might say, wait a minute, how am I going to fit a 20% allocation if I'm a growth allocator? And that's where the concept of portable alpha or return stacking comes in. And this is one of the fastest growing categories in the institutional world. Everyone from JP Morgan, BlackRock, AQR, WisdomTree, return stacked ETFs, and others are using this concept to introduce a little bit of leverage in your portfolio, and it's leverage that doesn't always come with more downside volatility. There's more and more papers coming out showing you that adding 30% leverage to a portfolio without concentration, without overweighting equities, can actually minimize drawdowns in your portfolio versus exacerbate drawdowns. So that's, even if you want to be closer to that 10, 15, 20%, call it scarcity asset bucket, that, I think could be a mixture of both Bitcoin, gold, real estate, other assets. That's where using an intelligently structured leveraged tool such as Stacked or Income Stack can really help complement what you're doing on the growth side of your portfolio. And we have BTGD, which is just a 1-for-1 exposure on Bitcoin and gold, and then we have the new Income Stack lineup, which I like to think of it as a derivative income strategy where you don't have to sacrifice total return for income. If you have a traditional cover call strategy, it's going to float. And actually, if you scroll up a little bit higher, we have a very good deck up there on the investment outline. You don't have to choose between total return and income in these vehicles. A traditional monthly rebalancing cover call strategy's beta will fluctuate. This is, I think, probably page like 8 or 9 on this deck, where you might have a beta to the market of 0.75 when that call is written. 2 weeks later, the market runs, and your beta might go down to 55%. And you might outperform on a risk-adjusted basis, but you really have no chance of performing on a total return basis. And that's where this active daily rebalancing strategy comes into play here. If you follow us on Twitter at quantifyfunds.com, we actually post daily trade rationale for all of our trades in the Income Stack lineup. And I think we're one of the only managers that obviously not only discloses our trades, but also gives rationale as to why we're doing it. And I think the last 2 days is a perfect example of that. 2 days ago, we had some calls expiring on Friday this week that had almost no premium left, and we decided to trim them. They were just capping a little bit of the upside, so we got rid of them, and the market ran. And then yesterday, we decided to add calls again for Friday because they got a little bit more attractive. And it's these small little active tweaks that allow you to both keep your exposure and try to garner a little bit of alpha in these markets. And I don't know of too many other managers in the ETF space who are doing it truly in this active format, where most derivative income strategies, your exposures float and your option strategy is formulaic. We do the exact opposite. We have a fixed target, 100% exposure, and our option strategy is truly active on that side.
What do you guys look for going into a brand new earnings season like we're kind of entering into right now? I know we were talking about rotation, and we've seen the dip in memory kind of coming in, and you look at names like some of the Mag 7s like Meta, Microsoft, that have gotten pretty killed over the past few months. And to me, it looks very enticing to big investors that have been trading memory, right? Been running up SNDK. Been trading things like MU that have done very well, maybe rolling some of those profits into things like Meta, Microsoft, some of those Mag 7s that haven't really performed very well over the past few months. It seems like kind of the move going into earnings season. I'm curious what you guys look for specifically and how that might affect ISSB as well.
Yeah, I think there's definitely value in the hyperscalers, as you alluded to. I think what has scared people away from the hyperscalers is that same chart we've seen all over Twitter, where the hyperscalers are now in negative free cash flow, whereas the memory and semiconductor spaces surpass the free cash flow of the hyperscalers, which is something, if you would have told people a year ago, you said absolutely no way that that could ever happen. And all of that is supposed to result in massive free cash flow being generated by the hyperscalers in the future. Like, all this capex is supposed to lead to profits and cash flow, but that's a tall tale, and it won't just be if it will happen, it'll be when it happens. And so I think we're very curious to see companies that beat expectations and potentially underperform the following day, even with beating expectations, just because I think there's such lofty expectations being baked in that you have to, look at like the financial sector today, right? It's the other areas, the markets that are actually going to benefit from this more than I think even some of the semiconductor space. we saw some very good numbers from some of the memory stocks as of late, and even so, some disappointing stock performance as a result of it, mainly because the expectations have gotten so lofty. So I'm more curious to see how the market reacts to some of the forward guidance coming through on these names. But the ISSB ETF, as you alluded to, is a great way to both keep your S&P 500 exposure, but then maybe start taking a nibble back into the cryptocurrency space, into the Bitcoin space, and stack it on top of your equity exposure. And you don't have to underweight equities versus your benchmark. So if you are looking to take profits down, but you want to keep your full equity risk profile on, that's a fantastic vehicle to do both in one vehicle.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. And it's just nice to have, especially when market maybe is a little bit quieter, but you still want to have exposure to things and just get paid that income. I think could be useful, especially in the choppy market we've been in, or even when things are kind of on a downturn, like you say. Might see some, if we get some rate hikes, might be some dips in the market, might be some bounces in Bitcoin and gold and things like that, kind of flood to the safety assets there. So,
and I think quieter is a very good word
that it can be useful for.
Yeah, and I think quieter is a very good word there. You need a lot of noise coming out of memory and semiconductors for this rally, at least in the short term. I'm not talking about 6 months, 12 months out, but in the short term, you need a lot of noise coming out of that area in earnings for a rally to continue in the short run. Whereas, as we've seen in the last 2 weeks, Bitcoin and gold can very well be those assets that on those no news days seem to actually be performing very well and have very good beta versus underlying markets in the overall S&P 500.
100%, some great pieces. I'll go back over to you, Ryan.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question, David. A lot of these kind of income-producing ETFs, they do, cap the upside, and that's one of the selling points you guys have got on here is not capping that upside as much. How do you guys, what's the process? You were kind of alluding to a little bit there about, some of the active management of the calls and that side of things, but how is this constructed? Because a lot of times these products, they're good for what they do, but some people look at them and they go, okay, well, I'm going to get the distribution, but my upside's capped like pretty hard. What's the selling point that you guys are working with here? What's the concept?
Yeah, and that's where truly treating this almost like a hedge fund product in the ETF wrapper comes in, where we can rebalance multiple times a day. And our partners and team at Convexitas are targeting a Delta One leg on each one of these asset classes, whether it's stocks in Bitcoin or Bitcoin and gold. And by Delta One, all I mean is, when the S&P moves up 1%, we want to get a 1% move from that in ISSB. And so sometimes that means you have to continuously reposition your portfolio to keep that upside exposure. And, especially now, if you are, for example, a derivative income strategy, and let's say you're focusing on, for example, Bitcoin, you're trying to hit, call it like let's say for simplicity, a 36% distribution target. You got to generate 3% income a month, right? Your math as to how much of the portfolio you write calls on is not based on your expectation or viewpoints of that asset class. It's just based on the volatility. As we talked about earlier, the oddest thing going on in Bitcoin right now is it's in a 50% drawdown and its volatility is at an all-time low. That means to reach a desired income target that you might have stated in the past, you have to cap even more upside. And that's where having this active mandate that will look past an index approach and say, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. We actually don't really want to be short a lot of volatility in that asset class in this environment. Really allows you to capture that upside. So one side is choosing when to harvest how much volatility, and the other side is, even if you're harvesting a lot of volatility, being able to actively reposition the portfolio so you still keep that exposure on the upside. The next couple slides does a good job of displaying some of our mindset as to how we're getting the exposure on both. I think it's the next page here. If you go one page further. So we're looking on each individual asset class. What is the implied volatility versus realized volatility? what is the skew of each asset class versus its historical norm, and how does that look at different tenors on the market, and that's how we decide how we construct a volatility harvesting program on each one of these assets and how much volatility we're deciding to harvest at any given time. So it's definitely active, but we're not actively saying we think Bitcoin is going to go up or down. We're more looking at its options curve versus historical norms in that asset class. And we feel that's a much better source to try to generate some alpha than trying to directionally bet on do you think Bitcoin's going up or do you think Bitcoin's going down? Let's face it, a lot of these assets are going to be swung by what is happening on the geopolitical war front, and those are things you just can't really predict. But trying to predict, is the skew in line with historical norms, is the volatility in line with historical norms, that's something that we think is a much easier source of potential alpha for funds like this.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I also want to go back and just hit on kind of the construction. I know we're talking about a few of these different ones here. Make sure everyone, if you're, these kind of spark your interest a little bit, do your due diligence, go to quantifyfunds.com, make sure you read the prospectus, everything, understand these products. That can be great tools, great spots in your portfolio for stuff. But make sure you go in, read the prospectus and everything. I do like how you guys have that set up where you have the flexibility. A lot of these ETF wrappers, obviously they box themselves in sometimes. I like how you guys have the flexibility on these. I want to go back to BTGD and just the construction around this, where you get the 100% Bitcoin and 100% gold exposure. Just curious, the construction of it, how it works, how the rebalancing to keep that kind of balance between the two. What does the management process look like on these?
Yeah, so we use futures and exchange traded products to get 100% exposure on both sides, and we'll generally rebalance on a pretty tight band. So we're rebalancing 4 or 5 days a week to get back to target on both our exposure legs of this portfolio. And that kind of, I like to say, forces you to take advantage of the diversification benefits. Now, there have been moments over the last 9 months where we've seen some of the highest correlation between Bitcoin and gold. We saw that in the fall. We saw that a little bit during the first leg of the war. And that's very much been the anomaly and not the norm over the last 9 months or over the last 10 years in both of these assets. These assets have very good correlation benefits. And diversification doesn't mean just owning assets that move independently of each other. It really means harvesting that volatility and doing that difficult rebalancing between both of those assets, which we find a lot of people have difficulty doing, just like we talked about on the memory and semiconductor space right now. If you were trying to harvest diversification in your portfolio, you'd probably be trimming some of the semiconductor memory names right now. But as you guys can probably allude to, that's one of the hardest trades to do. And so this forces you to trim high and buy low. I don't want to say sell high and buy low because we're never getting out of the asset class completely, but it's a rules-based approach that allows you to take advantage of those diversification benefits and harvest it in a wrapper. You don't have to make those emotional trades. I think we all find difficulty in truly trying to buy assets after they've been beaten down and sell assets as they've been running up. But to have a vehicle that systematically does that in one wrapper, I think can be very helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just keep coming back to how insane the April and May into June run was and this rebalancing thing. And I have to think that, experienced money managers are reallocating funds out of memory into other areas just to keep a balanced approach. Earnings season's hitting right now. Jordan was asking about that a little bit. It does feel like going into earnings season, like the market's not going to go anywhere until it has the earnings data. The macro side of things, it just seems like, we got PPI this morning and CPI yesterday that were both a lot cooler than last month. So, anybody screaming about the macro side of things being, a market moving piece right now, I think it's going to take a few data prints. But the earnings side of things, it's like, okay, we could still have good earnings in other sectors and the market itself be fine. But it just I mean, it almost feels like we need blowout earnings from the AI trade to go higher, and anything that's like middle of the road down could be, a even bigger reset than we currently have. And it
Yeah,
just seems
not
like
only
if you're
that,
still over, yeah, go ahead.
you have CXMT going public in China. You have, as you guys alluded to with Dan Ives, you have Apple considering and trying to use their political will to potentially use some Chinese-based memory stock chips. There's a whole lot that has to go right for this story to be perfectly priced. Like, I don't disagree that there may be some point in the future where Micron is a $1,200, $1,500 stock, but the question is, will it be an easy road to that path, or might you see 600 before you see 1,200 again?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's like, is the I don't know, the alpha there, the big move, is it kind of done? And then, like, I mean, are you going to get another 5-10x return like you did in a lot of these names? It's just very unlikely from the probability standpoint. It feels like, if you miss that trade, like, okay, you could probably still find a basket. I mean, like Dan Niles was saying, and I look at the people much smarter than me that look at the fundamental side of things, and they say, well, Micron's still trading at a pretty fair valuation, and we know they have about a 3-year runway. So could that still fit in? Sure, but is it something that you want to be like overweight in right now? And I tend to think probably not. I think it's probably a good time to rebalance into some other pieces of the market. And I'm interested to see what this earnings season is going to tell us, and if it's going to set us up for another leg up, or if we start to, I mean, the rotation has been crazy. And this market, David, is, I mean, the 2 months coming out of that low was just crazy. And the moves that were made in some of those names were just so insane. It feels like, I mean, kind of like gold, last year, it feels like some of those moves, like, they need to cool off and just go sideways for several months to kind of just reset things across the board, let water find its level a little bit. And while that's happening, I think about this all the time. Is why this is happening? How do I, continue to make sure I'm getting some type of return from my portfolio, and I'm not just overexposed to something that maybe has a better probability of going nowhere? I mean, I start to think about opportunity costs there a little bit too.
Yeah, I mean, I think gold is a perfect example of an asset that was everyone's favorite child for a very long period of time there, heading into the first quarter of this year. And everyone, I think, was a little bit shocked in how it performed in the face of geopolitical tensions. But again, if you just look at the context of who has been increasing buying in gold, it's been a lot of the central banks. And who needed to access their balance sheet in light of a constraint in oil and rising oil prices? It's those same nations that needed to do so. So it made a lot of sense for potentially China, for Turkey, some of these other countries to trim their gold allocations and shore up their shortfall in oil. And that goes to show you that gold did exactly what they had hoped it would do in their portfolio. It was a last resort to provide freed up dollars to buy the commodities that they need to keep their economies churning. And it went from everyone's favorite asset class to almost a forgotten asset class. And that's often when you can find a base in a rally, and then all of a sudden the technical guys, after another 5-10% up, will say, oh, this is starting to form a base, and then the momentum names start getting back in, and then all of a sudden it becomes like one of the favorite areas of the markets again. But the sentiment on all of these assets are kind of at an all-time low in our perspective.
The psychology side of things there, it's kind of tough, and a lot of times because people like to chase the shiny object, and they feel like they're missing out on something, and whatever small little dip they try to jump in on. And anybody that's done that lately with gold after the big run it made, they were probably a little bit early to it. But now, the way you were hitting on that, I think is an important piece to consider for people. Is a lot of times you need that base to kind of get built again. You want the sentiment like low, right? You want it seems like the best opportunities in the market a lot of times come from when sentiment is just in the gutter. I mean, remember when Google was dead because of search, and sentiment was hitting an all-time low around Google, one of the greatest American companies we've ever seen. And then obviously you see what it's done now. You see, like, I mean, software, the sentiment's kind of been in the gutter, but you're starting to see some of the good companies from that sector get really big moves. I mean, even like the cybersecurity sector. But you go back a month, 2 months ago, and people are like, cybersecurity's dead, AI's killing cybersecurity. And that sentiment, how do you condition your brain? Or is there like a set of like maybe rules or guidelines that you can kind of develop as an investor and say, hey, I want to check these few things off? Is sentiment poor right now? Is there something, has this been hated for a little while? Is it basing out? Is volatility low? And speculation's really low here. Are those kind of some of the things that you look at on the psychology side of things for opportunities in the market?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you've had one of the biggest drawdowns in gold that you've ever experienced, a 50% retrenchment of Bitcoin, given its volatility, makes sense that a bottom could be forming. And, at the end of the day, markets are supply and demand. And if sentiment is an all-time low, even a small uptick in that sentiment can really change the short-term price dynamics of all of these asset classes. And, just sometimes it's good to diversify your portfolio with things that have had very poor performance over the last 6 months. What has pulled back? It's treasuries, it's Bitcoin, it's gold. There's not that much that is not near an all-time high beyond some of these assets. So I think this is a good way to round out some of your growth exposures in your portfolio.
You've mentioned treasuries a couple times in this conversation, seeing rates where they're at, like on the 30-year and the 10-year, for example, being pretty high. If those start to back off a little bit, do you think people, maybe look at gold and Bitcoin a little bit more from there? Do you think people are interested maybe in TLT? What are your thoughts around kind of the rates and how high they've been? And is it a problem? I mean, a lot of people, historically look at a 30-year at 5% and they go, hey, this is kind of a problem here, unless it starts to back off, and then that can kind of create some momentum into some of these other areas. What's your take around rates and bonds and treasuries and where they're currently at?
Yeah, it does feel like some of the momentum guys have somewhat forgotten about rates. Like every other time we've seen rates this high in the last couple of years, or even close to this high, we start to think, is this truly going to affect equity markets? Right, the yield on the S&P 500, I think, is right around 1%. At some point, there's a real rational reason for, especially people who are further in their investment journey and are more looking to live off of their portfolio, to truly consider some of these assets. But yields can only go so high before they start affecting equity markets, and then we get into that cycle of what happens when equity markets fall. That's when the Fed steps in and the money printer starts, and they start buying treasuries directly. And there's lots of expectations in the future of yield curve control happening and capping some of the yields on some of these positions. And that's where I look at an asset like Bitcoin and gold and say that's where scarcity starts to matter again. So I think treasuries become interesting at these levels. But again, you got a dollar cost average in a little bit. I think there's some protection that could be forming in treasuries. But given how much we are printing and the debt and deficits we find ourselves in and the demographics that you see in the developed world, I don't think that's an asset that you can necessarily buy and hold for a longer period of time. That's an asset that you can trade.
Yeah, and a couple other pieces there where you just got a big pop here across the market. I know Trump was speaking, making some comments for a little pop here. There's a headline. I'm listening in my other ear to see if we get any headline here on this. I'll make sure and get that out to everyone. I do want to ask just crypto. Hold on. Let me see what this headline is. Political says senators are meeting with Trump on crypto bill. There you go. Senators to meet with President Trump on crypto bill.
Time to pamp it?
Maybe so. I don't know. It's to David's point a while ago, the chart has not looked good until recently. It's starting to look better from the area it came off of, the base it's kind of put in here. Tried to break down and couldn't. Volatility super low. Now you're trying to retake the 50-day up here on Bitcoin, for example. And if you start to anybody that's short, you start to reclaim into some of this area here. You start to, from a technical standpoint, you start to get at least a nice relief rally again, if not, with potential turnaround here. But the thing I wanted to hit on there, David, as we get close to the end of our time here, the government doesn't seem like they're going to stop printing. It just doesn't stop. And also, it just as a broad general sense, if things start to get bad, whether it's oil goes back to 100, 120, if the conflict drags out forever, if there starts to be like a credit issue, maybe all this money being spent in the AI trade. And we even heard the senators this morning, asking Warsh, what are you guys going to do? We don't want the American taxpayer really to bail out, these AI companies for overspending. But I tend to think that they will. I tend to think the government is going to, especially after what happened in, from 2000 and then again in 2008. I think they're going to err on the side of just bailing out and keeping the economy and just printing and printing and printing. They like inflation, whatever. And I don't know, what do you think that in that line as well, that the government's probably got, we know they're going to spend. We saw the Doge experiment just fall on its face. We know they're going to keep printing, but if things did turn poorly, you think they're going to throw everything at this to keep it together and just turn the money printer fully on again?
I think it's very important that we have a government that wants to support growth and innovation. And there's no bigger innovation story probably in the history of mankind than AI. I wouldn't phrase it as the government bailing out the AI names, but it's really the government bailing out the 55-60% of Americans who have a lot of their wealth tied to financial assets, and really just bailing out the S&P 500. So I just, there's the amount of lost revenue and lost taxes, if there's a sustained pullback in the market, will absolutely cripple our financial situation as a government. So they're bailing themselves out. They're bailing out the average American that has a lot of his wealth tied to the S&P 500. And obviously, they're supporting the innovation cycle that is crypto. And all of those things will be very, very bullish for scarcity assets.
Yeah, I think so as well. Jordan, I want to give you a chance. We're coming towards the top of the hour here. We really appreciate David spending the time with us. Jordan, I want to give you a chance if you had another question or so to sneak it in here in the last few minutes.
No, I think we covered it pretty good. I just always appreciate David coming on. It's been a while since we talked to you. So good to see you and good to chat and good to get your thoughts on the market and what's going on right now, because a lot of things have changed since the last time we talked. So love to see how you guys are thinking about things. And obviously Bitcoin is interesting and we're watching that pretty closely right now. We've been pretty bearish over the past little while, but this is the first time I've seen EMP look at the charts and be like, things actually look okay. Here we're getting a little bit of a bounce. Like,
David, I've been super bearish,
and it's true. Like things are doing, like things are starting to bounce back a little bit here. We'll see if we can hold this range, right? And just great conversation all around. We appreciate you coming on the channel and speaking in front of the audience.
You guys having me on. Yeah, thank you all.
Always a pleasure.
David, any final pieces we didn't touch on today that you want to make sure and mention? QuantifyFunds.com obviously is the website. ISBG, ISSB, and BTGD are some of those tickers we talked about throughout this. Once again, please make sure you go in and read the prospectus on these things. David, anything that you want to make sure we mention or touch on here today for the audience before we let you go?
Just please give us a follow. You can subscribe on our website or give us a follow on Twitter at quantifyfunds.com. I think if you are an avid options trader, you'll really like the messaging and consistency we're putting out with our trade rationales. I think a lot of managers try to almost hide from their options trades because they're just formulaic in nature and there's no real rhyme or reason or logic behind them. They're just like, well, we're just rolling over to the next month's contract, but you can really see the insights of a true options hedge fund team on a daily basis. So even if it's just for your own edification and knowledge and options journey, I think this information can be very helpful for you.
Absolutely. I love the openness there, the transparency that you guys are putting out here on the timeline. At Quantify Funds, they're on X. I thought I was following you guys. You guys were following me. I wasn't following back, so I just make sure and correct that. So I've got that there. David, appreciate you coming on. Thanks for sharing the insights. Shout out to you and the Quantify Funds team, all the great things you guys are doing, and we really appreciate you sharing some of the insights here with. Look, I don't care if there's one person in our chat that was listening or not. I get so much out of having guys like you come on and share things. It helps me put together my big picture and reset some of my thinking around investing a lot of times as well. And I'm sure a lot of people in the chat took something away as well. So we appreciate you, David.
I appreciate you. Thank you guys for having me on.
Yes, sir, David. Appreciate you. David, are you still here?
Yep, I'm here.
You a World Cup guy?
Oh yeah, of course I'm watching the World Cup.
Who's winning today?
You take it.
I don't know.
Is this not a tough one?
Yeah, who do you
England,
got?
Argentina. I don't know. Like, I honestly, yesterday I was confident Spain was going to pull it off. Today, this is a coin flip for me. I'm excited to watch. This is such a coin flip for me. I like to bet on these games a little bit, or I see a good team go down. I like to buy the dip on a good team. I'm a trader as a sports bettor at times, but boy, this one seems so 50-50.
Well, use that mean reversion concept and let's get people turning the corner on Bitcoin and gold at the same time. So,
hey, there we go. Yeah, we do. Look, Bitcoin is due for some mean reversion. Period.
Yeah.
And gold is too. I've been actually trading a lot of gold. I bought a decent amount of gold recently. I think gold's getting ready to make a nice little move here as well. And Bitcoin looks like it is too. Honestly, like I look at the chart. I'm not the most bullish person on Bitcoin, like long term. I like gold, but I'm more of a gold person myself. But just from a shorter term perspective, I've been very bearish in the charts and the overall narrative. And we're at a point now where that is starting to turn the corner a little bit. So we'll see how it goes.
Thank you guys. I will talk to you soon.
All right,
Sounds
David,
good.
take care.
Take care.
All right, let's get back into the markets here a little bit. Appreciate David and the Quantify Funds team. Shout out to them. Yeah, we made a little track lower here. I was gonna pull up and see where SPX made it down to. That 75.30, big level right there. Go to the daily chart once again on SPX. The 75.30, actually, that's right there, this version. Right there, once again, all these highs, all this value area, and we bounced right off of it, bounced off of the kind of trend line. So that's still intact. QQQ. 710, 711 area. Yeah, there's definitely a bounce spot there. Where did NQ get down to? Back into that same, the unfilled gap. The unfilled gap, we finally filled it. From Monday up to Tuesday. There you go.
Nice.
Let's go to NDX. Yeah, so right
We
there.
almost filled that gap from Sunday. We got like ticks away. We never actually did it on NQ. Crazy.
Yeah. So it's an interesting spot there, a little relief rally, but I've been watching the book map. They've cleared out a lot of the stuff below us. There are still some orders down here. Let me pull that up on the screen. Down at 300, but all the stuff that was built up down here from 460 down to 400 is cleared out. If I zoom back out a little bit, let's see. Yeah, you can kind of see right here when we got down to 400, all of the stuff that kept building up down here got cleared out. So either people covered positions or bought that dip a little bit. So we'll see what happens here. Let me reset this. Interesting. Just kind of pull that back out there a little bit. We'll zoom in. The interesting thing is, like, even with this pullback, like, semis are still getting crushed, but Apple's still at the highs. Google's still at the highs. Microsoft is coming in a little bit. Amazon's still up there. We'll pull back in Meta the last 30 minutes. Kind of trading opposite of the market. And I saw some of you guys hit some shorts there. Well done on that. I did scalp a short right when he was coming on to get down to that 460 area. Closed out of that. I have a pretty good day going actually here, and I have one account I haven't touched yet that I'll be watching to see. Maybe we can play some mean reversion back to the upside. I'm about to mean revert these kids with an elbow here at some point.
The Groms.
And we can reset. We can start looking at some charts. We can look back around some stuff here. I love getting people. I think all of us kind of naturally get that shiny object syndrome where we start to look at, the memory trade or the tech trade or, whatever else is hot right now, and you almost forget to look for, the forgotten assets start to bounce. Or some of you guys in the chat have been bearish, and if you are bearish, then balancing out that portfolio into some of those, gold, Bitcoin, anything that kind of, income producing assets during, sideways market or pullback, something to keep on your radar. Do your research on. LCDL, I believe, is delisted. I think they just delisted it.
Yep.
Yeah, somebody's about to catch the people's elbow over here. What was I gonna say? Where's Rizzo? Rizzo's been taking care of some business. I don't think he's at home. I think was traveling, taking care of some business stuff. That could be a really good spot for a low on SPX, to be honest. SPY right off that same spot as yesterday, 750 area. If I was going to be long this afternoon, I think I would rather be long ES back to like 7,600.
Do you think those perfect equal highs at 650, 625 will become a target, whether it's later today or tomorrow or something? I don't know.
Yeah, and we still have a decent statistic that says we should come back into 720s. IB retrace. So I would be thinking down here, you get some kind of turnaround look, build a higher low, and you track your way back to that IB low and back into the IB a little bit. ES looks better to me. IWM has come off pretty low. There was a decent amount of volume that stepped in down there at the lows as well. Where's SMH? Yeah, SMH, decent little turnaround here. I don't know, you're touching the 21. It's actually the second touch of the day, but need to flip some of this to get me excited about longs. I wish I was I mean, to be honest, I probably would have tried like 460s, 440s, and I probably would have got stopped out and relonged it and then made up for that. So honestly, probably good that I didn't try. SPY still holding the daily 9. Yeah, basically. Everything about the S&P still looks good to me. Period. Full stop. There's not a whole lot of arguments here. I mean, lower high, and then now you have a higher high here. I don't know. Still looks good. Do you think the June or July NFP highs are significant levels? Yes, I do think they're significant levels. NFP stuff, like from Paper Gains, has been heavily back tested at a very, very high percentage win rate. I mean, nothing's perfect, nothing's 100%, but you look at this on QQQ, look at the May NFP right there. It's a beautiful bounce spot. As you were overextended, SPY undercut the July one and then reclaimed back over it. I mean, SPY's back green on the day right here. Doesn't feel like a green day, but we are green. Google's up 3.5%. Apple's up 4%, Microsoft 2.5%, Meta up 2%. It feels nasty out there, but it's still rotation. Still just rotation. Any copy trading platform recommendations? Ooh, Jordan, good question for you right there from Calculated Risk. I'm assuming you're talking about just like copy trading futures accounts. Jordan, do you want to hit on copy trading? And I think ClearEdge is probably worth a mention in there as well if you're doing automated stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the one that I mainly use is going to be TradeSyncer for doing my normal copy trading of like my funded accounts and all that. So that's the one I use. I've learned that pretty well. It's pretty simple and easy, and I don't really have any issues with it. So there can be some issues with copy traders. I've also learned about some of the glitches that are in TradeSyncer that make you think there's an issue when there's really not an issue. So if you try that out and like you need help, I'm always here to answer any questions on that one, because basically there's a glitch where it's like you'll be in a position and you'll trim a portion out and it'll still say you're in a position for too many contracts when you're actually not. You look at your orders, you're out of it, it executed for you, but on the TradeSyncer page it like screws up. So we don't have a code with them or anything. We don't work with them, but that's the spot I use. And then ClearEdge also has been working on their own type of copy trader I know about, which you can check out. It's called Echo. We do work with ClearEdge. I would check those out. And then obviously if you're automating any trades, you can copy those trades within the ClearEdge platform pretty easily. So there's that as well. But TradeSyncer is my main one.
I've heard a lot of people that are using TradeSyncer and they like it. Replicanto used to be one that a lot of people use, and it feels like most people have migrated from that one over to TradeSyncer.
Yeah. Again, like I know TradeSyncer does have some little glitches here and there, but it's more times than not just like a physical glitch on your screen. It's not actually happening within your accounts, what I've noticed. So just keep that in mind if you do get TradeSyncer and you're like, what the fuck? It's in my position, blah blah blah. That's why we do it first.
This right here is a really good topic that I think we should talk about a little bit here. Good afternoon. I was upgraded to a live account on My Funded Futures this AM. So first off, we're going to celebrate big W's in the chat. W's in the chat for somebody going live. I mean, going live, less than 1% of all traders ever make it to a live account. So luck of the raw. First off, let's go. Let's go. Major W's in the chat for one of the Wolfpack members getting called up to live. Welcome to the big leagues. Now, let's talk about it. The mindset, and we've got a nice little 15-minute recovery happening here on the markets. But let's talk about it a little bit. The live piece is... So here's the thing. You're really nervous about going live. Here's the thing. Go slow and take it slow, because you are going to have some emotional side of things, but nothing's different. The only thing that you will want to pay attention to being different is if the executions are a little bit different. So if you're a high scalper type of person, or if you set a lot of close limit orders and things like that, you need to double check, make sure that it's working smoothly for you in whatever platform you're trading on. But outside of that, you're going to have to deal with the emotional side of things, but it's all a psychology thing. And what you need to do is try to overcome that, and just remember, whatever got you here is the same recipe that will keep you going. There's nothing different. It's just like a soccer player at the World Cup, whether he was playing in a tiny stadium in Paraguay or if he was playing in, good Lord, hold on.
You're good. Now the live account is a big W though, and I'm assuming MFF, your My Funded Futures. I've traded the My Funded Futures live accounts specifically. I haven't seen any difference in order fills or anything like that. So you should be pretty good. Everything should be pretty much exactly the same. And payouts are quick. The MyFunded Futures payouts are very, very fast, especially on the live. But yeah, nothing's really different. I also treat my prop like the prop firm live accounts is still a prop firm account to me personally, because they give you, I don't know what size account you got, but they gave me at the time like a $1,200 account, which is sick, but you know, it's hard to do a lot with that, and anything you do that makes good money with that, you're over risking, and so it's easy to blow. You know what I mean? I still treat it like a normal prop account.
All right.
But
sorry.
But no, it's big W's. The MyFunded Futures live accounts are very solid. I've found no issues with them whatsoever, and I trade on TradingView. So
yeah, so go slow, size down. I would still trade like other prop accounts, around it, and just be very picky and go slow as you get your feet wet, because you are going to feel some of those emotions. But just like I was saying, a soccer player that's playing at a tiny stadium in Paraguay and then goes to the World Cup, a basketball player that's playing in the European leagues that goes to the NBA and is playing in Madison Square Garden, a football player that was, playing at a D2 college with 4,000 people there, all of a sudden, makes it to the NFL. It's the same field, right? The dimensions are the same. There's no difference in the arena, right? The arena is the same. The only difference is the arena's bigger, but nothing changes, right? The rules are the same. It's the same 100 yards, same field goal posts, same 10-foot high rim at a basketball. It doesn't change. So only thing that I would tell you to do is focus on your system, focus on your trades, make sure whatever got you here is the thing that you keep doing, because you got here, you completed this, you've made it to the top 1%. Whatever got you there is what's going to keep you going. There's no difference. There's no change. Like, yes, you're going to deal with it from an emotion standpoint. Just like when you first were passing your eval accounts and getting to that funded account, you probably had some kind of mental hurdle that you had to get over there. This is going to be just the same. The difference I would say is you've already done this once. You already went from eval to funded and started getting payouts that way. You overcame that hurdle of, well, this is just an eval account. Now it's funded. I can make money off of it. And people freak out at that point. You've already got over that hurdle once. So this hurdle is going to be easier for you to get over. Believe in yourself and just keep going. It's all the same. Hey, welcome to the big leagues. It's an accomplishment. And if it doesn't go well, it doesn't go well. Big deal, right? You know that you can do it. You've already accomplished it. You know you can get back if you have to. But I wouldn't even think that way. I'd just say, hey, whatever got you here, keep going. Keep doing that. Lean on that. Focus on that. If you feel your emotions, you're tense, just walk away. Take a loss. Walk away. Get out of a position. Set guardrails on there. If you know that the emotions are going to creep in, set some guardrails. Set size limits. I'm not going to size into anything. Set loss limits, daily loss limits. Set profit goals. Hey, I made a good trade here. I'm up a few $100. Stack up those base hits. The same thing that you've been doing since June. Keep doing it. And here's the thing: you said something changed for sure since June. I'm reading your comments here. The psychology, you think it's going to be tougher, but it's really not. The only thing that's tougher is if you overthink it. Like, you're going to be your own worst enemy if you overthink it, but there's no reason to overthink it, right? It's still, like Jordan said, it's still a prop account. You built up the time and the money to get here. So even though they're putting in it's real live money at this point, it's still
that's a free $1,500 you're given. Like, you don't gotta worry about it. Shit, it's,
and if you lose it,
you just got given.
If you lose it, you lose it. It's not it's not coming out of your pocket, right? It's not your money.
It'd be different
until
if you were opening a $10,000 live account. I would tell you strictly risk 1% or less every trade, and I would tell you, strict risk management plan. I would tell you, after you take a loss on the first trade, I would go half risk, 1 to 2 hours at least, right? Like, I would have strict parameters, but like, you're still in a prop account, even though it's live. like it's still only $1,500. You have $1,500 to draw down. You can't trade it like a live account, really, in my opinion. Like you still got to treat it like a prop account for the most part, right? And so that's where you don't have to have that stress, I don't think, just because it says live. You know what I mean? Just take that stress away, trade it the same way you've been doing it. Yeah, you kill it.
Yeah, just keep focusing on what got you here and keep doing it. And like you said, when you're looking back at June and you're seeing what changed, go back and review. Hey, what did I do in June that got me to where I'm at? Go back and look at those. What trades did I take? What rules did I follow? What mistakes did I avoid? And I think that's a big one. People go back and review their winners all the time. You need to go back and review your losers too. Or, hey, what did I do right here that kept me from having a big red day? Hey, I have, 4 green days this week, but I had a red day, but it was a small one. That's a great job. But what did you do that allowed you to do that? Go back and review those things if you're not feeling confident about it. So there you go.
Bangers.
Hey, but big hats off to you. Big congrats to you. Once again, that is not easy. Not easy to get there. And then the one last thing I'll say, start trading in that live account and get used to it. And think about your end goal here. Your end goal should be, let me get comfortable trading real money in the market. Let me try to make some more money, of course. And then I think MYG set it up higher. Let's get your actual live personal money account. Use the prop firm to fund that, and use the prop firm to get you ready for that. That's the whole point. The whole point of these prop firms is to get you trading. They can be an income source. And then your end goal should be, I mean, money in my pocket. I want money in my long-term investment, and I want money to fund my own account so I can start trading my own money. No profit splits, no guardrails may be a bad thing for some people, but you've trained yourself within guardrails, stay within those, and then boom, hit that end target of becoming, a true real trader in the futures market, trading your own money. Man, I'm fired up for you. Let's go.
Fired up.
Yeah, start a Discord and sell a course. Boris is ready to sign up. He's going to pay you in coconuts.
Nice.
Boris, big coconut guy.
Is he? Okay, noted.
Yeah, big coconut
Boris,
guy.
you gonna be at the event? If you're at the event, I'll bring you something special. No, I'm poor. Damn it. What if me and Emp flew you out?
Hell no. Hell no.
What if though? That'd be fire, dude.
I might charge Boris extra.
Show me your.
I will show you my coconuts if you come.
Yeah.
If Rooster showed up, I would buy Rooster a drink. Just to watch him in his element try to go after some women.
Rooster.
Oh my
shit
god.
housed. We'd get him shit housed.
Rooster,
gosh,
I would
that'd be
love
great.
to give Rooster like 3 drinks and just watch him just go after
Take my
every
drink tickets,
chick in
you
the
can have
bar.
'em.
Oh, dude, he would just oh, female. Ah.
Oh my god.
Can you imagine Rooster at the bar looking over and being like, all right, this chick right here is not bad, but there's kind of a lower high forming. But over here, I've got a good level on that one down there at the end of the bar. A great level right there on that one at the end of the bar.
Rooster out in the bars, dude. I don't know if we can handle it.
Rooster might get us kicked out. That's harassment, brother.
Never average in unless you're starting out not with your full position. Like me, I can't average in because I start out with like risking the total amount I want to risk. The only way I average in is into a winner. And I am only averaging in if I'm able to move my risk to what I was normally risking from the start. But if you're starting out saying, I'm willing to risk 500, but I'm going to start out with one contract, that's different. That's something you see Emp do, where it's like, that's where I find it a little more okay to add to a loser.
If I have a
per se,
zone,
even though I don't subscribe to that thought, like I don't subscribe to adding to losers at all, but I do see where it works doing it like that. The way it doesn't work is you're willing to risk 500, you do it, and then you average down more. No, it's either you're willing to risk 500 and you start out small contracts, and you can add to losers, or you're willing to risk 500 and you're only adding to winners to that and keeping your risk the same. I don't see any other way to do it profitably at all. So that's how you have to do it. I think if you're sitting there going, I'm gonna risk 500, and then you're like, no, I'm gonna risk 1,000. I'm gonna add more. That's where things get rough. Obviously, with props, you can probably still figure out how to make some money, right? But you're gonna blow a lot more accounts. So it's just a give and a take, right? It's the same thing as like lower win rate, higher R strategy, or a higher win rate and a lower R strategy, right? You just pick your poison where it works for you more. But you can't really have the best of both worlds, meaning taking the full position you want and then adding to that full position more. It's just not conducive for profitability in the future.
I bought some Q0s while you guys were on the call.
Nice.
Someday,
Nice.
I'll tell you.
Frank, you've been ripping trades, dude.
Ripping it.
Frank this morning, he's like, yesterday morning, he shorted, he called the short pre-market, shorted that shit on the morning drop. And then today you called the short too. You were short all morning. That was beautiful, man. Killing it.
All right.
You could probably.
Oh my God.
You're over 50% retracement of the range from the low to the relative equal highs at 656. If you're long and you're holding runners or trailing stops, I'd be looking for those perfect equal highs, 656.25.
Bookmap's telling you 600 right now.
Yeah, I can see that. We have a short-term high to the left here, right into 600. Makes sense that there's a lot of orders there. That's where, in this scenario, even if you're looking for higher into those equal highs, I would just be trailing every low. So like that low we made at 115, my stop would be sitting below that. If we consolidate and make a next leg up, where's my stop going to go? Below the low of the range that we make right now. If we start consolidating, right, you just keep trailing and trailing and trailing until you either get stopped out or you get your TP.
Order filled.
I have a beautiful video of me executing on my X timeline, and it's on the Wolf Trading timeline. It was either yesterday I posted it or the day before. If you want to see what I'm talking about there, like just trailing your stops. How to properly do it.
All out of my zeros, short,
Nice.
and Q. A
Animal.
little bit. For a minute here. Just for a
There's
minute.
still orders growing up here at 600.
Order filled.
Yeah, take it to 600s, that short-term high. That'd be nice to see. And we'll see if we get momentum over that. If we do, I expect equal highs. If not, if we get wiki, maybe we got to breathe for a minute.
Can we finish talking about TE? Yeah, absolutely.
See?
So you just hit the 200 day during that last little pullback. And look at this, and like you're already getting a bounce there.
I'm going to put your chart up bigger so he sees better.
Yeah, please. Sorry, I just
No, you're
flipped
good.
over
I know
here.
you're showing Bookmap. I know. You're good.
So right there, you have the 200 day touched. So shorts, that's a spot for shorts to cover, take profit spots for some passive people to buy. So you're getting a little reaction there. My take is that it's going to take some time Like I don't think this thing's just gonna V back up unless there's some like fundamental reason for it to. I don't think it does. It's not a bad spot off of this 620s. But just the way it's acting right now, I mean, yeah, I would rather see it kind of, you know, base out or something. Maybe come undercut this and get back over. It's just like this just isn't a chart that looks great right now. It needs some repair. But if you're down, you don't sell and close out of a position typically when it's hitting the 200 day, and it's, you know, it was down 6-7% on the day. Plus it's down what, a ton this week. So if anything, if you're concerned about it, you know, I'd probably try to wait and see if I could see it back test, hit the 9, maybe back test up here a little bit and then get out. Other line I think would be just cut your losses and reassess. I mean, if you look at this, does this look like a good long entry? Not really. You still have a weekly gap down here. Could be. I mean, it could be, but I just don't feel... I don't feel like this chart looks good. And actually, I mentioned this to Stock Talk yesterday, and he's like, yeah, the chart doesn't look good. His thesis is still intact, but the chart's not acting right. Something about Disney FTC ruling is closed. Yeah, I don't have much else to say about TE because it's just you've broken too much structure here. The short's kind of played out. So like if anybody was short, this is, you know, your main target. But I don't know that there's just not enough here that tells me that, hey, like you're gonna get a huge rebound here. I mean, you could say one good thing is like even on some of these selling days, the volume has been pretty low. There's been a little bit more buying. There's been more volume on some of the green days than there have been on the red days, other than this one huge down day where they did the offering or whatever. I don't know. Evan's in the stock, so it's probably not going to go anywhere. That's about all I got for you on TE, to be honest. I mean, if we're looking at, if you're looking for solar, I mean, FSLR, does this thing start to slow down and base? Now, just because it slows down, it may do one of these and then try to, but that's what I would need to, like, look, whenever FSLR sold off here, see how it came down here and it based out and then started making the move back up? This is what I look for more than anything. Or even down here at this low. Came down here, it based after a, you know, rough downtrend. It came down here and based, popped up, came back and back tested the base, and then it went on a nice trend. So this base here, breakout, a little bit of a quick back test, not much of one, and then made a nice move. But solar, yes, we need energy, but we have a very anti-solar administration. What is Sunrun? God, this chart looks gross. Sunrun, look at this. Every pop recently has been sold. Multiple rejections off the 200 day, but it is basing. It's basing, and it's basing over this right here. But this doesn't look fantastic because, I mean, instant rejections at the 200 day multiple times. And then obviously if you look left, support and resistance. It's hard for me to get excited about solar. Now, midterms start to turn around for the Democrats. Maybe you start to think about it. Otherwise, I just think it's going to be tough with the current viewpoint on solar. Dump the Qs. We already went down 1%.
Order filled.
This doesn't look like a dump to me. This looks like a recovery.
Order filled. Order filled.
There you go. Just
Order filled.
pretty large order just filled here at 600. And you should run right to IB low. You see those liquidity bands starting to pop up above here all the way into
Order
it.
filled. Order filled.
A little bit of orders popped up at 700, but nothing really. 850 is the other amount of orders, but it's pretty far away.
Order filled.
I would just say compared to this morning, you don't have hardly any liquidity below us now, and there's more above us.
Order filled.
ES made it right back to IB low there, 7,600. Almost at yesterday's high.
Order filled. Order filled.
Like market internals are all positive. I feel like shorts feel like a losing battle. I mean, at this point, they worked very well this morning. Finding a pretty loose. Like, look how much buying is happening here.
have failed.
Spies hitting VWAP. IWM got over it. NVIDIA is about to hit VWAP from the underside.
Order failed. Order failed.
Even Tesla's getting a bounce. Who was saying Tesla 390 this morning? Frosty or somebody? There's another big order hitting right there on the book map.
Come on. Come on.
Order failed.
This should shoot up into IB low. Or like Jordan was saying, those kind of equal highs there. Maybe you pull back in one more time to 600 or 580.
Order failed. Order failed. Order failed. Order failed.
Yep. Yeah. How about the NFP? 5 minute was a beautiful view of it. Stop holding us down, Frank.
I know. Come on. Let me get these back.
I think it's gonna pop 635, 650.
I'll be out by then.
But if you're trying to get it, I don't know. It's just stair stepping right here.
Order failed.
This straight up line. Oh, we're getting real close to those equal highs. 650, 650.
You see the liquidity just popping up?
Is it 650, 650? 650, 625. Sorry.
Here's Ivy Low coming right here. Oh, my SPCQ hit like 125%. I did take a little trim on that. A little trim, I sold half. Dude, my kids are wild right now. Well, they broke my door. And I'm still trying to get estimates on somebody that can come put in like an actual full soundproof door. I should go take a picture of what they're doing out here. That's why I keep muting those, because they're just screaming right out here. They're playing, they're having a good time. It's hard for me to like get mad, but now the baby crying earlier, I could not handle that. I just lose my freaking mind. Get down.
Order filled.
Come in a little bit. Come on. Just come in 10 points.
It's got to get up there, and it's got to hit this 40 to 50 area.
By now, it's fucking bullshit.
You just got to wait on it.
Come on, give me a whoosh. Just a little one.
I think you're gonna get a whoosh up. Honestly, I thought that's what you were waiting on to try it.
No, I'm fucking short. Too early. Fucking little tiny bit too early. It's a game of inches, centimeters. This is crazy. It's just sitting here.
Yeah. I can zoom all the way in. Look. Hold on. Even if I zoom all the way in here. There's just nobody on either side. Everyone's waiting higher. I think this happens a lot. It's because like who wants to buy into this spot where everyone's about to trim? Right at previous day's high on yes.
Fulfilled.
I'm out.
Order filled.
I'll re-enter. There's stock. There's at 50. There it goes. 50. 60. That was good out.
Look at him running.
Order filled. Order filled.
There is no voice cancel feature on these mics to
Order
tune
filled.
out a 5 and a 3-year-old.
Order filled. Order filled.
Also, I don't know if anyone noticed, I have a pink coffee mug because I made a coffee. My wife put her creamer in my coffee and then made her own.
Filled.
So I took her coffee mug and used my creamer because I don't want that whatever extra sugary stuff she uses. Let's go. Look at this blast through. Once again. 680s, and we should make it back to 724.
Not right now. Come on.
I mean, look at all these stops that are getting ran right now.
Yeah.
Anybody that was short at IV low earlier, that whole consolidation just got ran straight through without even slowing down. Look at SPY's candle right now. SPY is back above yesterday's highs. Flying. And what did we talk about? We're almost at all-time high. We're like half, whatever, less than 1% away. All the internals were... Don't do that to me, stupid restream. Look at ADD ripping off the bottom. Still very positive. Never made a new low on internals. Look how strong the internals came off the lows. Never went negative. More buying than selling, even with price going down. And look at this, flying off the lows. And a big rebound on SMH. XLF's making new all-time highs. Oh, I forgot to drop a like on my own stream. What am I doing? Oh yeah, and here's the Gex maps. Once we got back over the negative to the positive, you saw how much faster it started running, and they've just been stacking higher levels there. We're trying to flip back on QQQ. There's 680, as mentioned. almost a half back of the day.
Okay.
Look at SPX. This is a full-on V shape. And as I was saying, statistically, 720s should get a hit on NQ. Does it have Vex? I believe so. Gamma, Vanna. Look at the heat map here. 7,600 on SPX, or SPX is very high. That'd be a wild move. Yeah, I don't know if it fully has Vex or not. I haven't. Net change. Yeah, you went from negative back to positive, though. I know that much.
Tonight's going to be the big night. TSM. That'll tell us about memory.
Yeah, it's like ASML had good earnings last night, but they sold it off kind of anyway.
Look at that comeback in stocks. Holy shit. 540 to 553.
Why do I expect 720s? Because of let me get logged in. This right here on the right side of the screen. When you break the IB low, you retrace to the 25% mark 69% of the time. Really 70% if you round that up to a whole percentage. So let me turn off drawings. Here's IB low. Obviously, here's the high. Here's the midpoint. Here's 25%. So there's a 70% chance once you break down here, there's a 70% chance that you come back to here. %70. Break IB low, you come back in. 70% of the time you make it back up here.
There's also some other data around IB that I found interesting. I don't know if you could see it on Endful, but it's around like, let's say, traditionally we look at if IB high forms first, we look for the low to get taken first. But there's always outlying days, and sometimes we have a day where we form IB first, IB low gets formed second. You're expecting a low to take out, but we go take out the high. And a lot of the time, a way you can tell is by using a 50% retracement of the IB range. So it's, I forget the exact statistics. I posted it over the weekend. I'll go back to refer to it, but it's about a 70 to 80% chance that if we do like what we did today, but we end up like getting above the 50% retracement of the IB range, you have like a 70, 80% chance of going to the high instead. So I found that interesting. It's on my timeline. from the weekend. I'll try and look back to it here. Where is it? Yeah, so if we get a candle closure, regardless of which one formed first, above the midpoint after IB forms, you have a 70% chance of breaking the high by noon, and then an 82.3% chance of breaking it by the end of day.
Anyone care to opine? Oh, Ty. Ty, by the way, most everyone is hanging out in the YouTube chat on Wolf Trading. But the question here, and look here, I'll just so you can see, this is what all the chats look like. By the way, this puts all the different channels together for us. This is what we see, but SPCX performance today or for the remaining of the week. It hit my first target downside, so I took a trim. Maybe you get back over 135 and go back into the low, the 140, 147, 150 area. But I think it keeps going down, personally. I'm not interested in SPCX until it's like $70 or so. IB, B as in Black Dragon. B as in balance. IB, IB, IB. Do I need to say IV, V, IV, IV, IB, IB? No, Ty, it's free. It's free, it's smoother. It's where everyone hangs out at. The YouTube chat. There's 340 plus people on the YouTube right now. I saw Casey Trades' YouTube turned on and he's not even here. I don't know how that happened, but shout out to Casey Trades' channel too. Let's see, we got about an hour until World Cup, hour and 2 minutes. He's foreign and you're hillbilly. Give him a Black Dragon. Are you foreign? We haven't checked in on where everybody's from in a while now. I know Rooster's going to say some dumb shit from Palestine, from Iran. Let's try that. Who is not from the U.S. or who is not from or not currently in the US? That's what I'm really actually curious about here in the chat. Black Dragon. Oh, Chile. Are you in Chile or where are you from? I mean, where are you now? Yeah, we got Germany. Oh, there's UK. Cancun. Ooh, Cancun. Go south or north. Canada, Canada, Canada. I should have said Canada doesn't freaking count. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, Canadians. England. So some people say England, some people say UK. That just makes me think, are you in Wales or are you in England too? Like Belgium, never been to the US. I'm in Rooster's. Oh, wow. Germany. Deutschland. I'm in Florida. We are not US. From California, but live in Colombia. Manizales. UK, England. There we go. What is San Diego, Hungary? It doesn't even make sense. Originally UK, import day today. There you go. Watching from the Strait of Hormuz. There you go. That's great. A lot of Germans, a lot of English. Born in Bangladesh, but reside in DC. There you go. I live in the highway next to New York. Nick, are you going to come by the event? I'm excited. How many, like, what, 15 days, 16 days? I'm flying into LaGuardia.
We're having air quality alerts in New York City.
Hell yeah.
Unhealthy for everyone. Thank you once again, Canada.
Is this Canada's fault?
Yeah, they had a big fire sitting over New York right now.
Oh, it really is Canada's fault.
Fucking Canada's fault.
Canada.
Bastards. They're fucking us. This is all revenge. Great, isn't it?
Well, hopefully it's got 2 weeks to clear out. New England, there's wildfires, red outside. Wow. Western New York. Does Western New York mean Buffalo to you, or does Western New York mean like Syracuse?
I don't know. Western Buffalo may have. Western New York's got issues too.
I have a great aunt lives in Buffalo or Lockport. Actually, I think Lockport is where they actually live now. Is this Rooster's fault? This is all Rooster's fault, right? Finger Lakes between Rochester and Syracuse. Oh, okay, nice. Kosovo? I don't know if Kosovo is the 51st state, but do you feel this PA is a little more tricky than the past couple of weeks? I personally think it's better, but I am a revert to the mean type of trader. I mean, it has been like a couple times it has like made much more dramatic moves than I expected, but to me it's not tricky. But this is like where the environments where I thrive. Now, back a month and a half ago, when we were like in that just crazy bull run, like I had to trade differently and just look to try to buy dips off EMAs all the time, which I don't enjoy doing. Well, let's get up here to the 725. Go figure that I've been calling for 725, and now look at how many orders are sitting at 725 right here on the book map. Right here. Biggest amount of orders in this area. I can see where this PA would be tricky for a lot of people. It just depends what kind of trader you are. I think the bigger key is knowing like what scenario and market that you're in and how you trade in that within that type of market. Like I just don't expect much follow through on either side, especially after 4 or 5 weeks of consolidation. I just don't expect there to be. I expect there to be less and less follow through as the range gets tighter and tighter. But yeah, I guess, you know, for some people this would definitely be tricky price action. Where's Cindy to the penny? That's who I haven't. Need to reach out to him. Frank got a little pep in his step, excited for his visitor in New York. He's got that quarter ready, is what he's got. Yeah, Lord of Wall Street, are you like? I wish I would have got long down around 400 when I saw the rest of those orders clear out, but Whatever. Good job, Finster. Lenny, I love the updates. Please keep them coming. Up $400 today on the Lucid Eval from yesterday's giveaway. Count is locked for trading. Let's go. That is huge.
Double kill.
I like that. Yeah. There you go, Finster. I appreciate you getting that for me. And yeah, I love this type of PA. Two-way action. It's like you have so much level and traffic in here, but as you get extended to one direction or the other, there's just like bounce spots. I love coming into a spot where sellers are going to sellers will cover at a target, potential buyers will step in and get a reaction, and if it goes in your favor, you trim, and then if it keeps going, you ride the train to the next station. What's IB high and IB low? That is the first hour of the market. So like right here on NQ, the high of the first hour and the low of the first hour, which gets marked by this indicator that I have there's a free version of this indicator out there, probably IB or initial balance. The B is for balance. And what it does is the first hour of the market creates what we know by data backed analysis that is an important range of the market over the first hour. So whatever happens in the first hour sets an important range that you can then play off of. If we get through right here, the next spot you're looking for is going to be the midpoint of that first hour, right around 808. Oh, sorry, I'm showing the wrong screen. Hold on. We're hitting the target right there. Boom, look at that. There's 154 orders sitting right here on the book map.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Oh, and I'll go to the other view in just a second. I want to watch this. There's your target for the 25% retrace that I've been calling for since we broke down. I wish I would have got long at some point, but whatever. Hopefully it helps somebody.
Order filled.
There's still a ton of orders up there that haven't got filled. Let me go back to the IB thing.
Order
Shout out to Lenny, by the way. So here's the screen. So the first hour here is the low of the first hour. Here's the visual of it. Here's the high of the first hour, where this green bar is, and where this red bar is the low. And you can see once we broke it, we rejected, came down, and then we made our way back to it, got back within it, and here's that 25% retracement. Above here, you're going to be looking for midpoint. Probably want to front run that at previous day's close in the 80s here, or at least, split trim here if you're still long. If we go to like ES, for example, here's ES. Here's the high of the first hour. Here's the low of the first hour. We broke down, made our way back to it, and we've retraced all the way to the midpoint actually here. And you can look back at like previous days at times as well. I have it turned off for now, but pretty clean look at it right here. And I talked about the gap that we had. We left this gap here. Let me go to NQ, just a clean chart here, and let me turn on the gap fill indicator that I have. So from Monday's close was right here. We opened up here, so we left and we drove down, but we left a gap right here where price never traded. If you go to NDX, it's much clearer. So we closed here on Monday, and then next trading was up here. We came down, we left this gap. And if you look where we bounced right on the gap, and then we went straight through it, filled the gap here, and we turned right back around. So all we did was come down, fill in a gap from Monday to Tuesday, and now we're right back up. All the way up. And it just so happens that was right on the fib down there too. So I'm going to take off this that says unfilled gap because we filled it. And we bounce right off the 786 fib. Go right back up. That other fib is in the bigger picture of things. But now I'm watching this intraday retracement from the move down this morning. 755 golden retrace. And if you look at the book map, all those orders just got filled. You can see right here, 167 orders just got filled here. Probably a target for a lot of people from down lower. And you can see there's still 51 orders sitting here a little bit higher. And then I start to look and say, okay, are they building up higher than here? And if you look, even if I zoom out, there's nothing really down here below us anymore, but they've added stuff up here below us. So there's 100 orders been sitting up here at 850 for quite a while. And then you can see some of these little liquidity bands up here where they've started adding orders above us. 770s, 800s. Somebody's already sitting. I mean, we're a pretty good ways away from that. Somebody's already sitting up there on, with their orders in place. And like just from this, like if you just looked at this only, you see all these orders, like, and market's looking for liquidity. Where do you think this goes next? And then I can turn it down and make it just look, filtered a little bit more there. So you don't know if they're buy or sell orders. This platform is called Bookmap. It's just the name Bookmap. Here, actually, I should be getting a discount thing for you guys. 20% off, I think, first month. There's a link if anybody wants to go check it out. Super powerful data platform tool. Very popular. Brady swears by it. I've watched his for a long time, but I wanted to get it on here to add some value for you guys on the stream. It's not cheap. Just like anything worth buying, usually not cheap. And here's the thing, hopefully, for me, because I'm a futures trader, I like Bookmap way more. I think I can get interesting pieces out of both. I mean, look at this. You see how these are just growing up here? Look here on the left side of my screen. This is SPX. Once we flipped back over the purple ones, which is negative gamma, we got back to these. Look how these just keep popping up and stacking up here. See how each one of these popped up? So like this one started popping up. This one right here started popping up. This one right here started popping up. Just like a little bit after each other and just popping up and growing. It just tells me like that's where the positioning is getting put onto. Just now you start getting a little bit of stuff pop up actually above us on QQQ again, which was not happening. So like, yeah, this is a useful tool as well. but I don't know. I'm a confidence trader, guys. I'm building as much, what from price action to structure to big picture to small picture to what are big participants doing in the market. I mean, I'm going through all those pieces. And look, there's VWAP right there on NQ after a crazy trend run. A little pullback probably makes sense here. And we completed the IB retrace that I was asking for. Turn that back off. Right here. Now what I would want to see is IB low down here at 640. I'd want to see that hold. If it's super bullish, maybe it holds a little bit above that, but that's what I'd want to see hold. Or if it just wants to go sideways here a little bit, maybe wick down, just kind of go sideways and build for another move up. That would be nice too. I don't know how much the Bookmap cost. I really don't. I want to say it's like $200 or something like that a month. Full street trades from 9:30 to 10. Yes. So you can literally go to any chart that you want. Here, I'll go to SPY. I'm going to turn my indicators off. So here's SPY. And I can go to this morning. Here's 9:30. So this is the first candle of the market. So it's one of these two. So close enough. And then I can go and say, okay, where's the low of the market? So this candle opened at 10:15, closed at 10:30. So right there is the low. So I can literally draw it if I want to just draw it. I don't have to have an indicator, but I don't want to go in and draw it every morning. So just give me an indicator that draws it for me. I think there's some free ones out there. Yeah, there's all kinds of different packages of price points, all kinds of stuff. Depends how deep you want to get it. I'm going to try to have it here for you guys as much as possible. If you find it useful, probably go in, check it out for yourself or give it a try for a month or so. Like any new tool, like we've always talked about, even like Edgeful, if you try to use Edgeful, don't try to use something for a week and think you're going to figure out how to use a tool in a week. Do we need a code for the discount? I still haven't got an answer. I was just double checking here. They're still trying to get all the back end set up because like I said, I woke up super early. The Bookmap representative that I met with the other day, I had to wake up at 6 a.m. in the morning to go to get on a meeting with her because she's like in Europe. So I woke up super early one morning to come jump on a meeting, get Bookmap for the stream. Well, my ADHD loves watching Bookmap. And look at how we did the retrace to where you typically retrace right here. Here, hide drawings. Right here, this is the 25% mark. And look, we went multiple green candles in a row. And we're getting a little pullback here right on that target. Doesn't mean it has to be a rejection point, but it is a target point. So even if this isn't a rejection to come down, this is a, hey, take some profit point here. At this point, I'd rather see a red candle or so to kind of reset this. Pulled back to the half back of the day. EMA 9's trying to catch up. You haven't even touched this EMA 9 in an hour. You do have a 5-minute kind of sell signal up here, but the 25% retracement of the IB is based on today's IB. So like you can measure this out pretty easily. So here, look, if you drew this yourself, what you could do is you could take your what's it called? Your measuring tool here. And if you measure this out, it gives you this right here. You can tell is the exact midpoint. And you could take a line and go right here and say, okay, here's the midpoint of the IB, and draw that. And then you could go from the midpoint to the low, and you can see right here. So obviously half of the range, and then half of the half is 25%. Right there. Right there. So it can all be done manually. So you're probably better off just going and finding a free indicator or telling AI to build one for you if you don't want to. But yeah. Here's ES. ES is a huge, and ES always looks a little bit different than NQ because it's not as volatile. You can see there's a bunch of orders right above us here. And look at all these bubbles, how big these green bubbles are. Buy volume, buy volume, buy volume, buy volume, buy volume. So yeah, super cool tool. I wanted to go get it for us here on the stream to just bring you guys as much value as I possibly can. Hopefully it's helpful. And then of course, if it's something that you see and you like and you think that you find an edge around it, go check it out, get it for yourself. This is really interesting. And like right now we're still in consolidation. Right now we don't have a whole lot of things going on. But what gets really interesting is once you have like, I can't tell you how many times like FOMC day or even CPI like in the morning, stuff like that. If you go look at the book map, you'll see nothing in the middle, and then you'll see huge orders like way outside of the range. So you know that somebody is interested in buying at a certain point, if that makes sense. NQ trapping both sides makes no sense. Who are they trapping?
Order filled.
Look at this daily on SPY and tell me this doesn't look bullish. NQ, what's being trapped here? That's my question. Tell me what's being trapped. This is just price compression. Daily squeeze is starting to set up. I mean, look at QQQ. It's just price compression. I mean, like here, look at this. High, low, high, low, high, low, high, low. I mean, it's literally just compressing. This is how ranges work. They do this and then they get smaller. If you went back 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, I was kind of trying to illustrate this is what I expected on the daily chart. You know, big swings that start to level at water, finding its level. Throw a big rock in a pond and watch the different waves and watch how they just get smaller, smaller, smaller. Isn't knowing whether the resting order, a buy or sell order, a big deal? It's not a big deal. All you know is somebody's executing a big order at a level. And that's very useful information if you use it in the right way. So either somebody is looking to open a new position or trim a new position. Either way, somebody's buying or selling. It just tells you that there is interest in that level, and that level can be, and if that level lines up with one or two other things you have, you know it's worth either getting out of your position or possibly entering a position if you've been waiting on an area to enter a position for reversal. So I would say the buying or selling is kind of irrelevant. Now, after it happens, it tries to tell you if it was a buy or sell based on like ask side, bid side type of stuff. But the I think it's irrelevant for me in most cases. I just want to know where are people, especially big orders, where are people getting involved in the market? And then I'm going to put that in context with other pieces. My shampoo is rough. I need to shave my head again, actually. I kind of like the shaved head. It's way cooler. When I was Jordy's age, I had as much hair as he does or more. Yeah, exactly. The WAPA, you're 100% right. There's two sides to every trade. So if somebody's selling 1,000 lots or 100 lots or 10 lots, you're selling them to somebody. Somebody's buying them at the same time. So that's basically, that's a good way to put it. It's kind of why I think it's irrelevant. Jordy's got to make a video of himself wearing his suit at the airport. Yes, I agree. He does. That would be classic. 30 minutes till World Cup. Yes, I can't wait. I'm actually glad you said that. I need to go grab the tablet for my son and plug it in. I have to grab a snack here because there's no new trade for me. I don't know that you want to try to short this either. Maybe at the golden retrace 755, which is also 30-minute orb low, opening range low. Maybe. This is pretty daggum trendy, though. And there's a little stick on oil. Look at gold. I mean, something's got to give at some point. Look at VIX is just off a cliff today. VIX, lower high, lowers high, lower high, lower high. Pretty big internal spike down just a few minutes ago on the NYSE, but I mean on the NASDAQ. The NYSE is still super strong though. Nvidia full on V shape. Apple still at the highs. Google almost just hit a new high. Microsoft still in this upper quadrant. That was good work right there, quadrant. Amazon just consolidating. Meta, fine. Well above IB high. Broadcom. SMH trying to get to yesterday's lows. Software with a little pop over the last 30 minutes. I saw some quotes from Trump earlier. I don't know where he was speaking. I think it was maybe to reporters or something. Yeah, he's speaking to reporters. That's a new headline right there. Asked if he'd give Iran a deadline before bombing. I don't like giving deadlines. Yes, he does. KC wants y'all to bring him up. He's not even showing up for me. Now he says he's here.
Well, it's about damn time.
Dude, I looked like
I took
3
a-
times right there.
Yeah, I took a $750 tag on that short,
I had to send in reinforcements.
but that was how many points ago? Oh my god! Thank God I got out of that. 560, 660. It was 120 points ago. Oh my god!
Spy's going to see a new high of day. You
I
guys
had
ready for
several
this?
chances at break even too. I just couldn't fucking help myself. Spy's it's just unbelievable. You know what?
Yeah, I hear you, Frank. It was one of those where like
But
I'm glad I wasn't
saw
in it because I would have fought it.
developing, You know, and it's like, all right, if it's here, if it's not here, it's not ever.
Yeah.
And that was at like 9:20, 9:30, 6:20, 6:30.
Well, if I had, I was looking at it and I was like, well, I have there's too strong a momentum on this, and there's too strong of statistics telling me we're going to come back into the middle.
The fucking candle was green. Yeah, it was one of those days. We hadn't had one of those in a while.
It was just V shaping up.
But I did have the 0714 QQQ calls that made up for that bullshit. And some.
Bought more NVIDIA calls today for a swing. Let's pump it up.
Well,
Coin
you find
is-
out, tomorrow, tonight. Taiwan semi.
Coin vaults out 172.50. I like it.
Hey guys, here at George Stonecraft.
Daily looks good. I hate trading this name. Last time I traded, though, we caught a decent move on it. So maybe we can do it again. Let's do it again. Let's see what we got. Let's go check some flow. See if there's anything fun coming in. They're expensive as shit.
The U.S. has explored the possibility of an air assault on Cuba. There you go.
There's a nice little short scout at VWAP. I'm probably closing these accounts for the day.
Oh, I'm getting ready for this World Cup game. There's some selling hitting right here.
Coin's already going. I wouldn't mind a rejection right up here on the hourly and a pullback. But coin could go. Yeah, I'm seeing 172 increasing right now, 175 as well. $180 increasing up a little bit. It's breaking out right now. It's just, do I chase the breakout and hope for continuation and no pullbacks, or do I wait for the pullback?
There's the first touch of the 9. Back test of halfback. VWAP on NQ is 726. On ES, it's 7604. On QQQ, 717. You know, where is that? 716.26 by 753.33.
It's almost a 50-point rejection there at VWAP. If it breaks here, you might get lucky for another flush down to like 660. Freaking coin.
This looks like it's going to shoot down to 660s.
Mhm.
What a biblical, what a biblical rebound, Lord of War. I launched 20 contracts by mistake from the bottom and got scared because the bounce looked weak. Missed out on 8K profit. Is what it is, bro. They say men used to go to war, and the key word is used to there, because you don't know the mental toll it takes on a man to be 20 accounts deep at market open, looking for next pan. Israel is real. Yeah, I ran out of beer and the struggle is real.
Here we go. About 10 points away from that 660. Right up near VWAP. And 21's about to hit.
21.
There it is.
21.
660.
21.
Do I long it now? Do I flip it?
That is the exact thought I just had.
Thinking about it.
I'd rather see 640.
Minute evening star. Mm-hmm. Good retest previous day high on SPY, 753.34. Q's also had a 15-minute evening star. You would want it to bounce here to invalidate. This is backtesting your 15-minute VWAP in 21. Daily level 716.35. Could see a little bounce on a 5-minute. And then the 15 minutes still play a downside, but you do have a 15-minute evening star. I wouldn't mind scalping it long right here. 660. Down to like 660, 640 area.
I'd like to see a wick down, IB low, hold. And then I would like it much better.
Oh.
What happened?
Oh.
Oh, like that wick down right there.
Oh my God. SPY went straight to previous day high. That was quick.
Was that a headline?
I don't know. I kind of want to long it though. But I'm scared. I saw that shit flash before my eyes.
I was like just about to throw my orders on, and then I had to do that.
Ooh, that was quick wiki. Recent U.S. strikes on Iran are strengthening options for a potential U.S. escalation.
Potential U.S. escalation is what I'm hearing. 3 U.S. officials, recent U.S. strikes on Iran are strengthening options for potential U.S. escalation. We're about to sing God Save the Queen. I mean, I'm not going to sing it. I'm not singing that BS, but I'm sorry. God Save the King is the current version. My bad. This is an interesting headline, though. 3 U.S. officials, recent U.S. strikes on Iran are strengthening options for potential U.S. escalation. What is that like? How does striking them strengthen your options? That sounds like it doesn't even make sense. That headline doesn't even make sense. Well, Lord of Wall Street, I mean, have you noticed that's kind of what I've been doing overall, like in general? Like, I'll taking a short here or there, but mostly I'm just trying to buy dips for just for trades, right? Just for bounces and trades. But the thought process, like the rationale is price is in consolidation. It's just what it is. It's just price is in consolidation. I don't know if this if they really just like step in here or not. You want to try it light right here, Casey? Or do you want to wait?
I mean, I kind of like it for a long right here.
Okay, well, say less.
Just don't like that 15-minute.
Yeah, no, that's the one thing I'm like, ugh.
I think your 15 can take SPY a little bit lower under 753. Maybe look for a sweep down there. Closer to underneath 715 on QQQ. Getting down closer to 714.34. I think that would be a good higher low snipe area for a long, letting this 15-minute play out for the evening star first. There she goes.
All right, I'm starting longs right here.
Your 15-minute 21 on SPY. Previous day high back test on SPY as well.
Yeah.
Hughes is
30-minute
still
orb low.
lower, but oh. Shit.
I like longing it from here down to 595, risking about 570s. Oh, shout out to Shakira. She's still crushing it, huh? She looks like a clone at this point. You mean shorting it down to 9? No, I'm not shorting it. I am getting long between here and there. So like I just got another fill at 607. God save the king. Nuclear war? What nuclear war? When this thing bounces back to 680s right here. See how crazy work it is. I have a 610 average with like almost 2/3 of a position.
Just in case we knife down for whatever reason, I put ads in starting at 570 to 550 to go start along.
I don't love that the book map hasn't adjusted above us yet. There we go. No. Really? We're gonna hold right on this little fib here. Come on, do something. Boy, big game here, boys. Big game. Got 99, Brent? Oh, let me see what it is here.
Sell it down. Come on. Let me get long.
There we go. There we go.
15-minute playing out, baby. Sell it down. Oh, you sold the NVIDIA calls for profit? Nice. Nice work. Yeah, nice little move today off that low. Just back up to 210, 211.
It's 77 at my house right now, according to this. Oh, I got the rest of my fills. God, did I bottom tick this? Almost. I fell at 96. My average is at 603. Yeah, I worked it down to 603.5. Arranca! All right, run it up.
The video looking like a flag still, chilling, consolidating. IWM is selling.
IWM is There we go.
NVIDIA. What you want to do? Act a fool. Up in here. Up in here.
Who said it was crazy work?
Nice bounce on SPY, previous day high retest. NVIDIA, yes, yes. Come on, baby. Bust it. Bust it. Oh, that's a stick. Oh my gosh. What is she doing? I'll tell you what she's doing. She's freaking, she about made me trim. Nah, it needs to go higher. It needs to go higher than this. But it's not bad. Calls are almost at 400. Bro, if they rip Qs off 600, I'm gonna be so mad. I just wanted like 575. I want spine Qs to reject here, but I want the video to keep going. Oh my gosh. Yes, NVIDIA. Oh. Shawty's popping. Good Lord.
What's up, chat? What's up, chat? Everybody always talks so much. Everybody always talks so much.
Alert. There you go. Bang.
Can't believe. Why would you go long here? You're under the EMAs. Why would you go long here? That's crazy work. Rug it. I've already got a trim for over 50 points.
All right, sent.
How did you know it was going to bounce there? I don't know. But I already got 50 points and I've locked it in. And if it hangs in there, it hangs in there. An SPX trade before end of day? I don't know. It's crazy.
Trim out some of the videos up here.
Hey, Rooster, what does this mean? Price is below my EMA, so I'll go long now. I mean, I'm not an EMA trader, but
If Emp was only an EMA trader, I'd agree with you, but he's using so many points of confluence. That's not just EMAs. But you're right. If you're an EMA trader, yeah, you shouldn't be looking for longs under EMAs. But Emp is
the
not.
hell is an EMA trader?
I mean, your guy that plays every 921 EMA cross. I mean, I would consider that an EMA trader.
I'm gonna take a safety trim here on the video on these calls at 410.
I just love reading the chat. Like, it just cracks me up. Like,
You could be entering the most obvious free position ever, and it doesn't matter how good it looks, how bad it looks. People will say everything against it. It's just the way it is.
if y'all went long, thanks for the dough. Okay. What kind of what?
What you don't understand is Emp is already trimmed and this stops at break even. He's like,
Filled at
even if it rolls
415.
over, he's good.
Do you have a cousin named Rooster?
Just safety trimming on that strength right there. Let's go. Who took these NVIDIA calls, baby? Look at that stick. Just give me a new high of day before market closes.
I'll be back in 7 minutes. In 7 minutes, it
So
could be
this
in
is-
profit for you, but he'll be already out. That's the difference between like quick scalps and like full day trades. Emp can win and you can win here. Like you both can be right.
Yeah.
You know the amount of times I'm in a position and Emp is like, I'm going long here. And I'm like, what the fuck? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No chance.
Dude, it
You
happens
know
to me
what?
with Maple all the time too.
You know what'll happen? Emp will get his scalp long. He'll take profit. I'll be still short for the higher time frame move. I'll catch my move. We both win. The amount of participants in a market, all participating in different styles of trading, you have to account for it and just play your plan. Don't concern yourself with everybody else's shit. More red. I hope it goes for you, brother. Hope it goes for you. Maple is gnarly with it. So high frequency. I love to
Dude, I hate when I'm working into a position and he's like going against me because I'm like,
I know.
that means I'm gonna have to, you know, it means it's probably gonna shoot down a little bit further.
Yeah,
than I
because
want it
even
to.
if he's wrong, you're gonna have to withstand that stress of like, you know, his entry and like him getting it right for a second or whatever. It's just,
Dude, it really used to get on my nerves with Rizzo too, because with Rizzo I used to, like, literally, I would short like 3 times within his long. Okay. Conejito de chocolate? Chocolate bunny? Where are they?
I'm honestly,
What are you
solid
eating?
in the chat. I'm more with
An
you
apple?
in the bigger time frame. We just tapped into an hourly bearish gap. We're delivering from that. Not getting any strong closures over it on the hourly. I mean, I'm not super gung-ho, like bullish here. But time of day also plays into why I'm like not actively taking any positions based off my thoughts. You know,
Ooh, volatility.
I would say if we get over 755 on NQ though, the Bears are losing it. Like the Bears have this clear spot to hold on the hourly gap. If they're letting it get through 755, 75, it looks to me like bulls would be taking control back over a little bit through that. So
Look at that
that's
volume.
what I'm watching.
Look at your 1 minute.
Lower
Oh, volatility.
volatility.
Something's hitting.
At the same time of expecting lower, you got to realize the time of day. And it's like, okay, it's 12:12. We're in power hour. we've made some big moves today. We ripped 400 points up from the low made. Wait, was that? No. Sorry, that was from yesterday. Where are we at? Wednesday. We ripped up on CPI, and then what we tanked. How many points was that tank? 580 points. That's not directly from market open, but from that like most recent high in pre-market. I don't know. The way I look at this is I'm not expecting a whole lot into the end of day. I'd expect lower prices like into the nighttime just because of this gap, but going into the close, I would just think we stay in this range. $500 points down, then we've ripped back 300 from the low. Why even do a whole lot into the end of the day? That's the way I think about it. I'm not in longs personally. I don't really trade this hour. This time of day for the most part, unless it's just depends on the day, but it's almost always a never. I tried one long this morning. I came into the day pretty bullish. Market told me I was wrong, so I actively flipped my bias and caught 130 points to the downside.
U.S. is striking Iran again.
Is that what
Uh-oh.
this freaking
3 p.m.
volume
Eastern,
is?
U.S. forces launched operations for a second wave of strikes today against Iran.
Sheesh.
We're so back.
We're so back.
Three p.m. Eastern. What time is that in Arabic?
In Arabic?
Yeah. Or Farsi.
Farsi. Say wallahi. Say wallahi.
I'm all out, Emp.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought 4 at 28. I bought 4 at 16. I bought 4 at 10, and then I bought 50 at the figure, and I sold everything at 50 points. Boom.
I gotta tell you this, just looking at Bookmap, it's just very light here across the board.
Yeah. So like I'm like that
There's
was
not really.
I shut that account down. That was like a hit and run. So that
Wait, this
account
game is
nicely back. I
crazy.
gotta fucking trade my personal account. I gotta make some money back here. Down a little. It's been a good day though. Good day. $18 days till our big venture in New York.
Yep, I was looking. My flight is in 16 days.
16. I hope they got a good restaurant because I'm a foodie. You know that.
Yeah, I don't know where we're gonna eat Sunday night.
What time do I fly out?
What day are you getting there, KC? Sunday?
Yeah, Sunday. Let me see. I think I'm going to leave. I think I'm going to fly out of here at like 11. I should land there at like 1:30. Let me go check.
I land 7 o'clock on Saturday night.
Let me go check. I forgot.
Wow, Casey's got an easy short flight.
Here we go.
I will say mine's much better than going from California. At least I'm just going to Puerto Rico.
Trump making comments again somewhere.
Uh-oh.
Yep. What is
They
it?
said lower
August.
interest rates.
August 2nd. My flight, Jordan, I leave at 11:25. I'm going to land at 1:12.
11:25. That's like an hour and a half.
Yeah, basically like an hour and 40
Bro.
minutes flight.
Dude, I'll leave it at 5 a.m. my time, and I'm landing at 7 p.m. New York time. It's 12-hour total.
Ah, fuck that.
But I have a decent layover in.
Are
Like
you
flight
coming
time,
in
I think it's like 5 and a half.
Saturday night late.
Yeah, 7 o'clock Saturday night.
What day are you leaving? Wednesday?
Wednesday morning. I'm trying to pull up
Same.
my.
Yeah, I'm leaving Wednesday morning. My flight's at 8:50 in the morning.
What airports are you flying out of?
I'm flying into LGA.
Yeah,
LaGuardia.
same. I'm flying into LGA and I fly out of
Kennedy.
WR.
Newark.
Yeah, same thing I did last time. Last time I flew into LaGuardia and flew out of Newark.
Microsoft with a dollar candle upside, downside. What? Oh, yeah. Just a little poppy. Nothing crazy.
My flight's at 6 a.m. leaving from Newark. That's gonna be fun.
Still don't have a real ID, so I had to do some other TSA bullshit.
How long is my flight? 2-hour flight from here to Houston. Oh, whoa.
More headlines just dropped.
Yeah, that hourly gap is starting to really deliver. Makes sense.
And there's my stop out. Slight green on the trade. A little bit of green on the trade, I guess. Three hours, 44 minutes from Houston to LaGuardia.
Still want to see if we can get down to that 570, 550 area.
Watch the bounce right here again.
I know. I want it to break this spot just a little bit.
I think I just want to just put a couple more back on here. Light.
Oh, what time is Trump? What time is Trump going live? Yeah, I had to pay like $45 to TSA for some like extra screening shit just in case. I think I can go get my real ID right now. The question is, can I get an appointment, get it done before I fly out? What questions do you think they're going to ask me?
For what? For the real ID?
No, because I don't have one. So TSA is going to do some like extra screening shit.
Why can't you get the real ID? I never understood that.
You can't fly without unless you have a passport.
No, but why
Yeah.
can't like whenever I got the real ID, I literally just took like a water bill, my birth certificate, and my gas bill.
That's what I did. So I showed up there with my birth certificate and they told me no. They said, we don't want your original birth certificate. We want a certified copy from the clerk of courts from where you were born at. I'm like, I literally have the original one from 30 fucking years ago right here, and you're telling me this doesn't work? And they were like, that's correct. I was like, okay.
Dude, I went up there with the deed to my house, and like in one spot it said drive, and in a different spot it didn't say drive after the street name. And they were like, oh no, these don't match. And I was like, I literally prepared.
I don't have a passport,
filed this
guys.
deed. I'm the one that wrote drive on this document and filed it and got it back from the courthouse because I work for the title company. You cannot legally reject this document. And I made them call the supervisor's office in Little Rock and whipped them into shape a little bit.
I probably should have done that because I drove 3 hours to get to that appointment and back.
I just told them, I was like, by law, you have to accept this. There's no doubt that this document is real. You have no authority to tell me that this document is not real because you're not familiar with it. That's your fault that you didn't do the training.
Yeah.
So,
I brought my
yeah.
social, 2 bills, and birth certificate, and they were like, "Yep, you're all good except for your birth certificate." They were like, "We don't want your original one." So I paid $45 online to TSA, and it's valid for the day that I fly.
Well, they can do like a. I think you can get like your own. Like if you did like global entry or something, it's kind of the same thing. It's like I have global entry. I have obviously I have a passport. My driver's license is about to expire in a couple of weeks.
Ooh, Eva. Hi, Eva. I'm definitely going to look into that.
Yeah, the global entry with pre-checks, great. Okay, so you haven't flown that much, have you?
No.
Dude, I don't know how people fly without pre-check. Which at some airports, the pre-check line is like just as long as
I
regular.
don't even know what that is.
Pre-check, it's like you basically they do like a little background check on you, and if you have that, then you have pre-check, and it's like the faster line. You don't have to take your shoes off or your jacket off. You don't take the laptop out of your bag.
Well, shit. How do you do that? You got to pay extra?
Yeah, you just go sign up with it with TSA. Like for mine with global entry, I had to do an interview one time, and then it was good for 5 years, and I just renewed it the other day. Both of my boys have the same thing, global entry. So like for me, like internationally, it makes even more sense for people like Eva too. So like if when I land in the US from outside the country, I don't like go stand in line for immigration for an hour. I just go up to the little kiosk that takes a picture of my face and then walk in, go grab my bags, go to the United Lounge, start drinking beer. Trump says Iran wants to meet.
Again, after. What did you do? Just have to go drop a couple bombs on them, and they're like, all right. We'll talk again.
So what if he's like bombing them while he's talking? Like,
He just makes a phone call real quick. Like the talk's not going well, so he just makes a phone call.
what if he's like? Can you imagine he's like at the podium and he just looks down? And he's like, "Oh, by the way, I just got long again, a little bit smaller position size here." He like looks down and he's like, "What time is it? Oh, 3:27. There's bombs sitting right now in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran, my phone's waiting on your call." All right, same spot. They took my stop out by 4 points. Where was IB low again? I probably should. No. I want 680. I want 718. And if we get real crazy, we'll go to 755.
Gosh, dude, same freaking bounce.
Yep. The nice thing about the global entry is it comes with the pre-check, and like Eva was saying in the chat, my credit card paid for it. The clear looks pretty good too, but I feel like that, like some airports don't even have it. The ones like the places
It's
I've
true.
seen it, there's only like one line that has it. Like when I get to Houston normally, I see there's like one spot for clear and nobody knows how to use it, and that takes like longer than what the pre-check line takes.
Or like, yeah, like it's definitely nice at certain times, but most of the time I'm flying so early that they don't even have that shit open yet. And I'm like, bro, what?
I get frustrated like at the smaller airports. I'll go in there and like it'll be like a Tuesday, and you'll go to pre-check, and the pre-check line's just as long as the regular line. You're like,
Yeah, clear definitely just depends on where you're at.
Am I doing a pleasure trip to NYC? No, business on the Amex Business Gold Card.
I've seen that Nexus thing too.
Oh yeah.
The Nexus seems pretty cool. But see, that's the thing with global entry. You have an ID card. You also have pre-check included. I think it's like $100. You know, it's good for like 5 years, and a bunch of your airlines like give it back to you. If you have a US visa, you can get global entry, by the way. Or if you're well, maybe if you're a resident. You guys ready for this thing to rip? Look at NQ. Rip it, Lotto. Rip it, baby. Rip it. What's needed for global entry? It was super easy. You literally just go on the website. I think it's TSA. Just type in global entry. Go find the website. Or it's US Customs, USCIS maybe. And you go on there, you fill out an application form, and then they move you to pre-approval pretty quickly. It runs like a little background check on you. And then you have to go do an interview. But the easiest thing is like next time if you fly internationally, you fly through big airports. So like whenever I landed at Houston, whenever I came through, I could just go over and do the interview while I was going through customs. Took like 5 minutes. They fingerprint you and then you're done. I did it for me. I did it. My wife did it. Both of my sons have done it. 60-point gain here. I want 80. But it's super simple. The only thing you have to do is like figure out where you can do the little interview thing, and then once you get it, it's good for 5 years. It gives you pre-check, so like even if you're flying domestically, whatever, it's perfect. Here we go. Break over, break and go. Don't you know? Pump it up.
I mean, can we just take a minute to show that Emp just did the exact same thing twice in a row for like, I don't know, fucking 70 points from that low to this high?
Yeah.
Like, even if it rejects right here, it like doesn't matter. It's just the fact that just waiting for those spots to hit.
Yeah, and I didn't try to like add to it while it was up there.
Yeah.
You know, on the little pullback.
Break this, you might go back up to VWAP. Back to your
so I have a trim
730,
at
750s.
660, no, 687. I have another trim. I have a 718 VWAP trim. I have a Golden Retrace 755, 754 trim, which is also 30-minute or below in case we go all the way up there.
Big volume coming in. Big volume.
And Trump's still talking, so we're still chopping.
Oh my god, look at the 1 minute volume coming in. I mean, 5 minute candle shows it too, but oh my god.
There's a 100 lot chasing. Trump is leaning towards expanding military operations in Iran. Wall Street Journal. Trump is looking to expand military operations. That's not going to help. Buy it up. Buy it up. I don't know. I kind of really much rather pay attention to the soccer game because I've missed the first half hour already. Oof.
All right. I think I am about to head out for the day.
They don't know what they want to do here on the book map. This thing's all over the place.
Waiting for this dude named Ryan with a beard to show up to my house and fix my microwave and oven, but he's not here yet.
Oh. You should have hired a Jorge.
Dude.
Jorge would have been there.
Look,
Jorge
this
would have
dude,
been there before you woke up.
Look, this dude, he's supposed to be showing up here. Look, his name's Ryan. He looks just like you.
Well, hold on.
Look at this guy. Look, you look the exact. Look, it's basically two imps right here on the live stream. Look at this. Look, I bet he's bald underneath that hat. I'm gonna make him take it off when he shows up. And I'm gonna take a picture with him and post it on X. And I'm gonna tell everyone that I met you today.
There you go. You should.
Dude, it said he was supposed to be here between 2:15 and 4:15, and I skipped the pool so I can stay here and let this dude in the house to fix
Dude, this game is hot right now.
I'd rather be sitting at the pool watching the World Cup than watch the charts right here.
Yeah. I don't care about the street anymore. I just want to see I just want to watch this game.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and lock the futures accounts. I'm already positioned for a swing into tomorrow. Did I ever get stopped out of my Palantirs after this morning? Are they still green? Let me go check.
I've had a pretty good day, honestly, trading.
Oh, I'm still in Palantir. I'm up 32% right now. Nice.
Any swing longs, Casey? It's not
I mean, on indices or just in general?
in general. There's probably a couple individual names that you've got.
So I took Palantir calls yesterday for a swing into today. 60%. I trimmed. I'm up 30%, still in the swing, not letting it go red. I told you right when I came on stream that I'm swinging NVIDIA calls. NVIDIA was at 210 at the time. We got that pop up, made a safety trim as well. I'm still swinging those calls. So as of right now, my main focus is NVIDIA, but I'm still in the Palantirs from yesterday as well. So it's kind of, I like Coin. I hate trading Coin, but I think Coin has opportunity for maybe a little bit higher, but I'm not going to jump on that one right now. And then before I go, let's look at some flow, Caterpillar. Some calls on ticker CAT, Caterpillar coming in.
Ooh,
Nice 4-hour bounce off 900.
It's a Catalina wine mixer.
Dude, and look at the 5-minute intraday. Look at this nice little cup and handle or inverse head and shoulders curling up after that sweep of 900. Some calls came in. NVIDIA calls keep coming in, different strikes, different expirations. Cat's a slow mover for a swing. NBIS calls coming in, 210s, July 24th, 2026, is getting a stick right now, ripping on some volume to high of day.
Look, they're moving up, moving up. Here we go. Here we go.
Ooh, daily chart closing decent. Weekly 21 bounce, NBIS. Okay. Maybe we'll add on another. Let's see. Let's go look at the premiums on this one. Oh my God, it's stupid expensive. What the shit? Look at the IV too.
Boom. Come on. Come on. Seep.
Bro, who's trading NBIS? Oh my God. I mean, what do you like 250 lotto calls for next week? Just for a move back up to like 215. Nice bounce.
You guys ready for this?
Flying cues. NVIDIA, come on, baby. Don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it. I guess I might as well stay. MOC is in 9 minutes. I already missed the pool today. I'm already
80-point gain, Trum.
Here you go, baby. Yes, Docu is still in. Yep. Still in the squeeze. Sent that one a while ago. Yeah, I'm debating on that coin. I just hate trading coin. But monthly support, Weekly's trying to catch a bounce down there. Daily, 3 green days in a row back over EMAs. Could be an inverse head and shoulders with a green hammer right now. Just broke a trend line. It's like anything else, I'd be like already in calls, but because it's coin, I don't know. It's in multiple squeezes on multiple time frames.
Rip it.
I mean,
Rip it, Lotto. Rip it, baby. Rip it. I spit a racial slur.
Hakizumi.
This shit a horror flick, but a black guy doesn't die in this movie. Well, Trump is just blabbing on right now about nothing. What does Bookmap look like, guys? Ooh.
Like someone get his ass another steroid.
Blah, boo, blah, 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 blah.
I ain't hear a word you say.
Looking like a cyclone hit you. Tank top screaming.
Lotto, I don't fit you. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. The coin 180s for next week, I think could be a fun little lotto swing. I think the NVIS is 250s could be a fun little lotto swing. NVIS is at 415, coins are at 350.
Oh, this game is really good. It's like sloppy good.
He says sloppy good. Ryan's here. BRB.
I did move my stop up in profit because we're getting too close to the end of the day. All right, halftime, right before MOC. Lord of Wall Street, I make the most money in the markets when we are range bound. Here comes the MOC in 40 seconds. Fourteen, 13. Five, 4, 3. Come on, pump it. NVIDIA, huge buy side. 4 million. Yeah, NVIDIA 4 million. That's the only big one I see. Cisco, a little buy. Apple, a buy.
It's that time of day to go over to the trash can on my trading view and hit remove all drawings. Such a beautiful time of day. Such a phenomenal time of day.
Oh, we got back to VWAP. I was long 16 in my personal account.
Oh my
$700
goodness.
bucks. That's what I was down. Oh
Let's
yeah.
go.
So, fucking that was stupid gamble, but I figured they'd be to the buy side. Where's NVIDIA going up? Ah, shit.
I don't know. I've got World Cup on too many screens.
Is it 0-0?
0-0 halftime. Come on, get up there to 700.
Trim NVIDIA. Previous day high hit.
Does this say 40? Is that a huge buy side?
Yeah. 2.4 billion.
2.4
S&P.
billion? 2.1 on NASDAQ?
Mm-hmm.
Almost a billion on Mag 7?
Big boy buy side. I will not be looking to trade London session in the middle of the night because we don't have any Fed speakers right at open tomorrow, and we have 8:30 high impact news.
Tesla looks like nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's support
That's
here
that.
at 390, 393. There's resistance all across the. I mean, Tesla's going nowhere. Look at these. Look at this weekly. It's just going nowhere right now. It's held this 391, 392 like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. But it's got lower highs coming into it over and over and over.
Could always be market makers hedging. You don't really know.
Oh no, Solid, you bought a bunch of SPCX? You should have bought the 2x short with us because I trimmed it 125% today.
That was banger. Dude, we tried to warn everybody. Tried our best. Not something you want to buy off rip. Unless you're just like, you could care less and about getting any better prices and it's really for the long haul, then I mean, buying IPO is not horrible given the past and what we think this company is going to be in the future, but it's more of an active trader that can, use our brains on the charts a little more than the average person. Wasn't super enticing to buy right away.
He said, I know everyone warned.
It's okay, right? I mean, that's a long-term hold. I'm bullish on it long-term. It's just like, those first years of IPOs are usually rough. I'm seeing if we can get some prices under $100 and see if we can get it for a steal, but it's not like you own a shit company at IPO. You own a good company at IPO. It's just, you're at the very start of it. So as long as you're in it for the long haul, I don't see an issue with it.
There we go. Run it up. Run it up. Run it up.
Oh.
Run it up. Hit me the trim at 700. Boom. There it is. There's a 100-point gain.
Yeah, there you go.
Stops moved up. I'm making $500 here at the end of the day, no matter what. Come on, give me VWAP. You're going to sit on SPY puts for tomorrow? What about this chart told you that you want puts for tomorrow? I'm just curious. Not saying it's wrong. I'm just curious. Like what you... Manipulators. Give me VWAP. I've got 2 left. 1 for VWAP and 1 if we just keep squeezing. Didn't everyone want 30,000 based on overnight? What? 30,000?
I did this morning. I did. I came into the day very bullish. I did. You can check the timestamps on my bias. I posted it this morning. I was very bullish, but this is one of those days where I come in with a bias. Market tells me I'm wrong. I flip my bias and I catch 130 points to the downside. Is what it is. Can't be married to a bias.
Yeah, I
was
mean,
looking for that full gap fill into 30,000, that area. Absolutely. Like I was looking for higher, but guess what? Market said, fuck you, Jordan. We're going down. I said, okay, I had my spots set where I'm wrong. Market runs through the areas telling me I'm wrong. Got to flip bias. Simple as that.
So, I mean, yeah, you moved up from overnight 2 nights ago into yesterday into overnight. Came back, you broke structure in a way, the trend structure broke, and then this morning at the open, it quickly told you that it was taking out all of London and Asia, and then it popped back up, rejected immediately at previous day's high, and closed this candle. That was a clear signal you were coming down here.
Oh no, you're good, JP. Honestly, it's good because I've had a lot of people over like past 2 days so butthurt about my bias when yesterday it was fucking right.
Hold on, let me see what Solid's seeing here. I'm using a daily chart drawing a line from 602 top to this week. So and if you draw this trend line here, you've broken and gotten above it, based above it. If you draw it here, you broke it and based on it today. If you draw it here, this isn't a trend line. You said this week's highs. There's no, there's no trend line here.
You know what I'm still eyeing? Monthly chart. June lows. It really just looks like daily. I mean, it doesn't look like it is. It's fact. I mean, we're in daily consolidation, daily accumulation. We have previous month lows sitting below us. Monthly order flow. Everyone and their mother, if we were to break down right now to the range lows, they'd think it's a break of structure to the downside, right into monthly lows, accumulation, manipulate the lows, sweep it, distribute to all-time highs. That's what I see.
Oh, you couldn't give me VWAP, piece of shit.
The good old AMD. Accumulation, manipulation, distribution.
All right, I'm going to take one trim here, and then I'm going to move my full take profit down to VWAP. The WAP, 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 WAP.
But I wouldn't be bearish into June lows. I'd be pretty bullish into that area. We might trade into those monthly gaps a little further than you think, though. I might initially think like, oh, we just sweep that monthly low. We might have to trade into it for a few days, though, and then end up reclaiming out
There's
of it.
the VWAP. I'm out fully. 100 plus points. Sorry, Jordan.
Very good.
Just gonna look at this monthly chart.
It's a little cleaner on Qs, but it's the same thing. I mean, it's the same thing.
QQQ still got a gap to
Double
go
gapped
fill.
up.
We have a monthly gap to go up and fill.
I was
Ooh,
actually
Jordan,
watching
are
the
you
monthly
not
order flow below us.
Are you not like super excited for this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for that. The problem is it's kind of mixed. Like you have that, but then right below us, we have monthly order flow to trade to that we've never traded to at June lows as well. And when you look at the daily and like, okay, we've been in consolidation. I think of it as a lot of people right now probably are either getting short or getting long in the middle of this range, right? And for the people that are getting long, their stops are likely at all these previous day lows or at that June low area, which is where I think we run to just to stop them out.
Oh God! Now it's
Bring it right back
now
up.
it runs. Damn it! Just went 15 points higher. It's gonna go to 750. Piece of shit. Well, I left a little bit on the table. Made $650 on that last trade.
Ooh, don't ignore the daily and weekly. Dangerous game to do.
I mean, this weekly. Look, if this was on a 5-minute chart, somebody'd be screaming bull flag at me. If this is, somebody would be screaming, just screaming, "Oh, you're not long on this bull flag." You put it on a
Agreed.
weekly chart. Now everybody wants to be bearish.
Agreed, but I will say I think it's more of a Tesla scenario where not Tesla right now, but Tesla back in October 2025, where it's the same thing, Emp. It's the same thing. It's consolidation. This is a bull flag, but then they fake break structure to the downside to the bottom of the range and rip it to all-time highs. Maybe they don't need to do that. Maybe we just bull flag and rip up. I'm always open to that if it needs to happen, but I'd like to see that scare and rug of the lows first just to find buyers to go higher. But it's a coin flip at this point when you're looking at the daily. I mean, the shit can go either way, and I'm ready for either. care less which one it decides.
Last week, SPY closed the highest weekly close in its history. And people are like bearish. I don't know. I just don't get it. Like where's the
Does look like a bull flag to me. Agreed.
an SPX? It's either you break the higher lows or you break the high.
That's where, yeah, I think
In a
wait
bull
till
market.
Wednesday gets broken.
Once again, people in a bull market, you should default to looking for bullish setups. Don't look for bear flags. Don't look for head and shoulders. Bull market, look for consolidation to level up. Every possible moving average is below you. And look at the 9. Just look at the 9. 1, 2. Actually, really count this day. So look at the 9 EMA right here. Let me just hide the drawings. This is the daily 9. So somebody tell me what's bearish about this. The trend is up. No matter how you look
Yeah.
at this.
Agreed. And like, even if we wanted to fake out like range lows on NASDAQ, like that's still overall bullish for me. We might be able to trade down intraday and stuff on certain days, but
And look, anything can
I'm
happen,
looking
right? It
to
could
buy
go-
that.
It could go up, it could go low, it could go down. Either one could happen with the right catalyst. The chart's set up to go up. If it breaks the structure, then it's set up to go down. Right now, the structure's set up to go up until the structure's broken.
Hmm.
It's a sell-off in a structured manner. Is it a sell-off or is it a consolidation?
It's not a sell.
Which part of this is
We
a
are
sell-off?
in accumulation. Study Wyckoff method.
Could be. I mean, this could be a Wyckoff distribution, but you'd have to break the structure first.
Well, no, it'd be accumulation, which we're in, manipulation of lows, which would be the drop to June lows to distribution to all-time highs. That's AMD. That's,
Well, this would be manipulation.
yes, distribution up.
This
Before
was the
that, where we
movement.
chopped all through the wharf shit, before that was the accumulation, before that moved down that you marked.
Accumulation usually happens at the bottom, though, not at the top in Wyckoff. This is Wyckoff. This is distribution.
It's a little different.
No, it's the indices are obviously set up a little bit different than like stocks are, but like Microsoft, this was the distribution. I don't know. The other thing is the most important stocks, the heaviest weighted stocks. Look at Mag 7 ETF. What is Mag 7's doing? While Lord of Wall Street's looking at it saying we have lower highs, this is scheduled sell off. Is it? Because what I'm sitting here looking at is I'm looking at Mag 7s that haven't gone any, the other day you were complaining, you're saying Mag 7s haven't done anything year to date. Mag 7s are up, 15% in the last week and a half? What is this? 13% in 12 days? Well, where's all the flows? All the flows that were chasing other things, where are they going right now? Mag 7. Where else are they going? Banks. Just 25% of the S&P? And then SMH. This is just profit taking. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna watch this World Cup game.
Heard that. Bit. All right, crew. I think we're gonna wrap it up.
And look, really, none of this matters until earnings, which just started. It's literally going to tell you if the market's going to reprice things higher or lower. But either way, great day. At least I had a great day.
Yes, sir. I made back my loss from this morning, which was good, plus profit. And I already had profits made from last night trading. So I'm not trading tonight, though. Not trading London session in the middle of the night. No reason to. We have no Fed speakers at open. We have high impact news tomorrow. I think trading's going to be phenomenal. So I'm going to sleep.
TSM will be out at like 1 a.m.
England scores first. Do we long Argentina? Buy dips on
I don't
good
know.
companies,
It's
man.
tough.
Where's the...
Are we still live? Just sitting here like catching up
We're
on all
on
the
here.
messages and stuff.
Don't look at that long term.
This is so Lord of Wall Street. This is like a mental thing. Like, am I like putting a ton of money to work in the market right now? No. Am I taking swing trades long right now? No. I'm not. I have no reason to. But just because something is a long, whether it's a 5-minute chart or a daily chart, doesn't matter. Just because something is not a new long does not mean it's a short. Like, you can find opportunities obviously in between stuff. There can be like a certain setup from one day to the next and stuff, but in the big scope of things, just because something is not a new long, does not mean that it's a short. And same vice versa. Just because something is no longer a short does not mean that it's a good time to go long. Obviously, it's a little bit different because in a bull market, you have to lean, and general, the market going up 70% of the time, you have to lean. But when the market makes the move that it made for 2 months straight up, it doesn't mean like you just have to short. And especially at this point when we've been consolidating for 6 to 8 weeks, like we're really close to a point where this makes a a nice price compression move out of this area. But until it does, you don't until it does, you just keep playing the range. Now, if it gets to the top of the range, you want to short it back to the middle. Like, I understand that thesis. If it gets down to the lows, the bottom trend line, and you want to long it back to the middle, that makes sense. But like, it is tough. Like, and I've like struggled with this for a while too. Like, because I was like, well, I don't want to trade any longs, and I was mostly trading shorts. But at the same time, I was like, there's not like a short trade here though, just because it's no longer a long. It's like sometimes you can get ran over, like in futures on a short term, open up and rip up 200 points. It doesn't mean like it's a short, but you're not going to long it up 200 points. If it runs up the open 15, 30 minutes and it runs up 200 points, you're not going to long that. You need it to consolidate. And then after it consolidates, you need it to either break structure to the downside or start breaking out of the consolidation to the upside. The market moves and then it rests and resets. That spring has to recoil. So I think we're going to end on that. I think that's a good spot. Appreciate Frank, Jordy, KC, Brady, everyone else that came through. Shout out to David coming through, dropping some knowledge on us. Code Wolf at your favorite prop firm, of course. Vest was supposed to come on today. Fullport Matt had something come up, so he didn't get to come hang out with us today. Shout out to Vest. Code Wolf over there, perpetual futures exchange with a prop firm if you want it. Pretty cool stuff. So shout out to that. Shout out to Bookmap. What a helpful tool that's been. Shout out to the Gex Flow. We looked at this all day long once we got back into goal. England.
Holy shit, he holds that long. Wow, that was good.
Ooh, he was barely onside too. Nice goal, Gordon. All right. Argentina playing from behind the sticks again. We'll see. All right, stream. I'm shutting this down because I gotta watch this. This is gonna be a good second half.
We'll see you guys tomorrow.